And I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It's an interesting start to the week. We ended with Powell last week, and it was a dovish surprise. Honestly, there was just a lot of back and forth, man. I was talking about it, like Bloomberg was going crazy, and they were like, it's hawkish. And then really by today, everybody's chilling out. And like, it's the same thing even with Intel. Everybody was tripping out about the Intel deal, and then they announced the deal on Friday. But then before you know it now, even the media's tone has been changing a little bit. So you're going to hear about that stuff. Other than that, though, the main events for this week is going to be, you know it now. Oh, hello. Even it's going to be NVDA earnings. That's the one that we have been calling out, looking for a lot of volatility around that. But you're also going to hear about India, whether or not we get the reciprocal trade deal. And then there's one more thing as well this week. Oh, I just blanked. I just told the other guys, but we have our work cut out. It shouldn't be that nuts, but then again, with everything we dealt with last week, trying to find out this path, we're going to do our thing, baby. So I hope you guys are locked and loaded. I do have a couple of plays. Oh, furniture. That's the other one. Donald Trump kept talking about furniture and tariffs, and you know, again, India and the furniture thing, that's trade. Remember, the market has gone back and forth in terms of reacting to trade, or as of lately, you haven't really reacted to trade. You've reacted to economy, policy, and all sorts of things. You know, we've turned the tariff risk to zero, if you recall. So let's see what plays out, but I am going to be watching Restoration, Wayfair, Lazy Boy. Those are the ones. And then keep an eye out for real estate stocks. Again, that little dovish tilt there with Powell. I think that's going to be key. Then keep an eye on China. They're doing good. And then ES. Oh, I forgot. They got some deal. Oh, Google too. Again, we saw the OpenAI stuff, or the Apple AI stuff on Friday. If you got that one, I got like a 5-cent dud. So I think it expired. But other than that, we'll see. Oh, what up, Woos? Oh, dude, and then Jake from State Farm. He was on the other video. Oh, I was in between the news, baby. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. And what up, new members? I hope you guys are good. I haven't banned anybody today, so that's awesome. Other than that, we got 2 minutes. Like I said, I don't know if they sold out yet. Yeah, I think you guys will be good. I think there's 2 more, which is nice. But yeah, we changed a couple of things. So this Saturday, we're doing the event, if you're going to be there, but it's only going to be Saturday night. I was going to do the whole weekend, but we ran into some issues and verification. And like I'm saying, I don't want this to be an event. So I got like the insurance and all of it, but they were telling me if I go like above or 50 or above, it just gets too crazy. So I think we can manage 25. Worst case, if anything happens, I'll be able to get you guys, because we got cars, transport. It's pretty funny. But if anything, 25 is manageable. And then that way, none of you will have to, you know, be homeless and sleeping outside. So yeah, I like it. You'll get another video, but I don't know if there's what will be available by then. Like I said, we did the stream alerts thing, got that out the way, and now we're good. And now we only have a minute. Oh shit, I need a carbo. I still didn't get it, bro. Y'all asked me about my coffee. But other than that, Chad, let's have a good day. Call out anything, call out any information. Please follow the rules so you don't get banned. And then that's it. We'll call it a day. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Right. All right, man. 30 seconds. So get ready, boys. If you need anything, let me know. Again, I don't think there's any like crazy data or anything on the schedule. Again, Trump has been kind of active this morning, so you might get something from there, but if not, just keep an eye out for the furniture names. And then again, everybody's getting excited about Intel now. I'm excited about everybody getting excited, but yeah, that wasn't the vibe last week. And then there's still going to be a debate relating to Powell, so you got to also think about that. Round 1, fight. All right. All right, where's check RH, and then again, there's like 2 of them that are up and the rest are down. But like literally like Restoration, Wayfair, those are the ones getting rocked, and then Lazy Boy and the other ones are going green. Oh, I guess it's they're all American, but yeah. Okay, that's not loading up. Kramer said he likes it. That's why, dude, everybody over the weekend flip-flopped on it. So I'm telling you, Friday, everybody was still on the fence and still thinking, oh, it's a bad deal. Every time you bring up Intel, but like I'm saying, a lot of people on Wall Street flipped over the weekend. So we will see. Oh, where is it? I think keep an eye on Boeing as well. You do have South Korea coming, but Trump just made another headline on there. So I don't know exactly how that's going to play. And then China, again, old K-Web plays came back to life, actually, if you have those. And then the Intels, all of the different Intels are up. I do want to flip one of them, though. Remember I grabbed the puts, though? So like I was telling you yesterday, we finally grabbed the puts, though. And that did not work. Yeah, I got one more set. We'll give it a sec. Boeing on the way down. Who else? Check NVIDIA, AMD, and then Qualcomm and Micron, just in case if we get another one. I'll give Intel volume. I'm sure it's going to be above average. And then watch China. Again, K-Web and all those are actually moving very decent. That's what I'm saying. The old K-Webs are even coming back. I like this. Again, you had a couple of plays near the money as well. Watch biotech and healthcare. And then rare earths, too, if you guys remember. I don't know if we're getting any rotation or not. Staples are down 0.5. Everything's kind of down. Again, you got a little bit of the hangover from Powell. So watch. If Staples, healthcare, you guys know the industries, all that. Healthcare is doing pretty good. So, yeah, and then NVIDIA is a drag a little bit. I think Google's still in the green. Nope, Google's in the red. Whoop. And then watch MP. MP starting to move up a little bit. Then you got J&J. So, yeah, a couple names are in the green. Square, they had a big move on Friday, and then NVO starting to climb up. Intel premiums are still green. I want them to go more. Oh yeah, weed. I forgot about that. Again, last week we saw a lot of different moves. Intel. AMD down 2. Okay, Baba's on the low. So again, Baba, China, they started off very good. And then again, crypto took the dump. Remember, crypto was the winner on Friday. But then they got dumped on and then came back down. Yeah, the Ethereum plays, they're still green, but they lost half of the gain. All right, only red candles for now. Zillow on the highs. Let's check out real estate. Real estate's killing it. For the most part. Okay, Baba, Baidu, China names are coming down on the low. Palantir, not liking the sell. Yeah, Mr. Carp. Humana, another health insurer on the high. Yeah, Palantir's down 4-5. Estee Lauder on the high. They're in the red still. I've seen a lot of names all like move, but they're all like red. So again, Friday was a lot of cushion, so you're just starting off weaker from there. Palanta. It's not bad. Yeah, I don't like oil going up. And then watch more of the staples again. Even the like KDP. I don't know if they're going to recover. They bought somebody. Remember, we saw a lot of that movement last week. And then Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola's not that bad, but yeah, staples aren't there. HL, no, EL as well. Again, that one's still in the red. Just see if China's still up 0.8. It's a lot. Just comparatively, nothing's moved more than 0.5% today, so China's still hugging 1. Oil number, we're gonna get a little bit of. Remember, every time oil would come out, we would get something, but the real like worrisome with oil right now is just that climb back up to the 70s. It was just really, really cheap, and then now it is not. And then K-Web, you're getting a stick right now on China. So again, they gapped up, then slowed down a little, and now they're moving. General Mills? No, it would not. we talked about it a lot. I like them, but I don't think it's the same portfolio of quality. I do like Pepsi though a lot, but I think you missed out Pepsi if you didn't grab it prior. Pinduoduo now, that's another China name. They're up almost 1%, 3 minutes. Okay. Damn, Restoration down 9. But then, I was talking about it with somebody yesterday, though, bro. All the furniture is, like, cheap still. I just remember from 2021, bro, and furnishing anything, like, it's a lot cheaper than what it was. So, I don't know what this investigation is going to do. People are assuming higher prices, but I'm like, I heard, what were they saying on Bloomberg? They're like, stockpile furniture. So I was like, I don't know, man. You saw me, man. We're just ordering off Wayfair, and then it arrives. It arrives the next day. Spotify going up too. Again, you got China, Spotify, couple health cares, and then I don't even know what the drag is. I want to say it's like Mag 7, obviously, but they're just kind of meandering. It's not even that crazy. And then again, you have that hangover from Friday and giving back a little bit. Again, Bitcoin is down pretty decently. Yeah, same thing with Ethereum. Bro's on the high. I've been seeing that all day. And then Netflix. Furniture is the same price as the 90s, right? Dude, I've had way better furniture deals as of late. That's why it kind of like trips me out. And then I even talked to the FedEx driver. I was talking to the FedEx driver at the farm, and like, I don't know why he just chilled for like 20 minutes. I was like, aren't you gonna get in trouble? And he said, nah. I was like, all right, you want a water, bro? And he told me everything though. He was saying how their demand is just crazy right now. Because I was asking him, because he's the one. He's like, oh yeah, I dropped off all this stuff the other day. But he was just telling me how like even now they got way more demand. But I asked him about the furniture, because I was like, have you noticed this? I was like, everyone told me it was going to be expensive, but it was not. Citas. Rivian, and then Uber again. Uber was going crazy on Friday. And then GLW Corning. Wasn't there a government deal the other day? Right? Remember we got a headline with Corning partnering and something with the government? That one's going up. Interesting. And then more Pinduoduo, more China. You're back to open. It's about a quarter all across the board. Russell's the worst at 0.3. SPY's the best at negative 0.16. More Pinduoduo. That one's not going. I might keep up China right there in the bottom right. That's K-Web. And Apple. Okay. They're all around a quarter. JP Morgan running. Again, financials were a little weird on Friday. Again, they're starting to move up, and then Google is your leader right now, and SPY, new high of the day, so watch out, you might go green. Again, people were kind of tripping out considering Friday was your biggest move since May, so that little pullback, people thought, it might chill, but if you already if you fill the gap and get near there, that's it. Before you know it, Bitcoin will be the only one that was down, and then everything else is just going to resume from Friday. There's no bad, Habibi. Yeah, Netflix, again, they had the MLB stuff and all the like streaming deals last week. Didn't move too much, but maybe it might get freed up here. I have been noticing that. Yeah, 1%. And then Google as well. I already got that in the top right. Google, China, Netflix. You kind of have an idea of what's moving right now. It's hard to get a read on it. I don't really see any rotation or not. It just kind of seems like hangover from Friday. But yeah, you got a couple of spaces moving. It's not all one direction. And a couple of names going down too. Okay, Nike's on the high. Watch Lululemon, ONON, all of those. Now McDonald's. Like I'm saying, consumer ones would be good if they move. And then Open Door. That one just keeps going. Again, that one, I think it's higher than where it's been. That was the talk on Friday. I like Roblox at $20 and $40. If you remember, I was posting videos and then people would make fun of me. But now that it's at $100 and something, I don't support their weird child shit. So I'm kind of down to sell it, to be honest. But I don't do long-term like that. So if you bought it for 10 years minimum, yeah, but otherwise, I hate what they did recently. I think it trips me out. But yeah, we put people on a Roblox very early, I think at a much better price. But yeah, it's kind of weird. Kind of weird. NEM, MSOS. Yeah, weed stocks are up 5, climbing. I mean, that one's still going. Remember, it has to fill that gap at like 6 or 7. And then McDonald's, I keep seeing that one printing. I mean, yeah, you're going to get China. We don't know when we're going to get the China stuff, and that's still like lingering. But then you're also going to get the, what's it called too? India this week. So that's going to be part of it. I don't know if they're going to go hand in hand, or maybe if we could get an India one locked down, then maybe we'll hear from the other ones. But yeah, we won't push it. Expiration. Oh wow, it's almost September. McDonald's. Yeah, bro, what are these? No, I'm not worried about Roblox's numbers. That's believe me, you know, when they were low, I believed in it. When it's high, I still believe in it. That's the whole point. You know, I think they have a great product, but like management creeps me out. That's it. That's like I'm telling you. And that's hard to do if you really think about it, because I have a lot of different companies that I've invested in over the years, but yeah, Roblo, again, I love it at $20 and $40. I have videos on it, and I told you, at a good time, but now at one of its highest prices and then this weird scandal, I mean, I'm fine not liking it anymore. It's so weird, bro. They creep me out. I love the game, though. I'm telling you, that platform, like, if they actually, like, you know, protected it, and I don't think the stock will go down, but like I'm saying, I just don't like, I think management that was already got them in a scandal, and if that doesn't get corrected in a real way, I think that's a very, very big risk. Baidu, yeah, all the China plays. So I'm noticing we got old plays coming up. That's why I'm like, oh shit. You could either take them or you could choose to ride, because some of them are at like a breakout level. It's up to you, Habibi. Up to you, you know? President Trump to sign executive order at 10. I don't know. Crypto could have just been like the craziness on Friday, but it is definitely outsized hammering, and like really why I even played it last week, just the dollar. So dollar moved around a little bit, and there was some other currency stuff. I can't account for like 4% of it, but I think like a little give back made sense, but it's pretty massive today, and I can't really put my finger on it. More Baba, more China. Baba. Yeah, Apple's starting to rip now. Okay, Eli Lilly. It's funny because SPY's is barely up, but you got Apple going red to green right now. Google slowing down. Oil's taking a stick right now. That's not good. Oil pop, and then China popping too. And then financials. NVO at the high. Yeah, I saw that. That's why I just put up Eli Lilly too. XLE energy again. Oil just had that. I look at the REITs, real estate stocks. They were on fire on Friday, and they're still going. I like UPS for the long term. I think it's easier than just me saying that, or harder, but you got to like look at your portfolio and all of that, but UPS does not rub me the wrong way. I like it more than I don't like it. Palantir, there's a SPY. Like I'm telling you, you got oil and a couple of other things going on. I'm looking at real estate ones. If you guys have any good real estate plays, I would look at those. Because that had Friday, and that one just, it's been chill. It's all small, it's gradual, so you can't give it up in a second, but generally, I'd say it's doing a little better than that. And then Ethereum and crypto still flushing. Again, SPY just came down. I don't know if that's crypto kind of spilling over, but the other one's coming down. IRM. I don't know if IRM is like as interest rate sensitive, but I love IRM, but I actually didn't think about that with that thesis. Because they've been like benefiting off tech. I was more thinking the one, you know, REITs or anybody in real estate who would be more dependent upon like loans or refinancing. I think they could benefit. I mean, it could be a better time for the REITs. So the problem with REITs is we don't know the path forward. That's the only problem. So you were able to, like, I think now would be a good time to buy a REIT, but then if the path gets bumpy and then we don't have anything, then yeah, that's it. Then you just wasted. But if it does, then that's a different story. Intel getting clapped. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of time with this, so if you're gonna ask me every time, I'd get ready, you know? Like I'm saying, we played the back and forth, and then every time it goes down, everyone gets very bearish, and then we wake up and all of a sudden everybody likes it. So it's going to be very volatile. I would just encourage you to make your decision, live with it, and then, yeah, call it a day. Tesla now flushing, SPY's back to open, and then Apple leading. What do you mean a Roblox event? Users steal a brain rot? What does that mean? I'm not that involved in it. Just the whole, like, the Predator thing, it still had bad press from that. And just their management of it was just weird. South Korea presidential office will check the situation after Trump comments on purge. Or? PSEC, and then he's asking you to ask for a Discord. I'm just gonna remove both of you. Seems like someone's gonna get hurt. This is dangerous. So thank you guys for your membership, but I hope you have a good rest of your day. But yeah, we don't do that shit. Sorry, Mr. Big Stonks. Good luck. And get a long term, save 10%. It's one of the best things you could do. C-Web. Okay, a couple of other names moving now, but you might do this. Remember last week we had like 2 or 3 days of like 7 hours to go nowhere. Or even if it did move very big and then by the last minute it would just come right back in. Halo on the high. Baba. Qualcomm on the low. Like I'm saying, chips. Honestly, I think, I don't know if Intel went red yet. No, Intel just went red. I was going to say, they might be the only one that's in the green. It's not too bad. It's only 0.3. Like I said, when we were getting up there, you were right near the high. Remember, Friday was just one, right after the event, you just stayed up. So you're still on the lower end, like 30 minutes after Powell's comments. But yeah, higher would be great. You'd brush off everything. But this Powell range, just like 2 weeks ago, I don't know if you guys recall, this was another Powell range that we dealt with. So you might have to do that. Oklo, Apple now. Apple keeps going. That's so... Literally, earlier Apple was lagging. It just went red to green, and now there it is. Oh, and there is the peach, baby. On a Monday. Bradley Frizzle, my brother, how you doing? Peach Nation, get your ass up. Horna. Yalla. Habibi. Habibi. Thank you, my friend. How was your weekend? Bro, how do you feel, Bradley Frizzle? The man, the myth, the legend. Oh, good morning. And Peach Nate, man. One day the Peach will be in the White House. You know that? I wonder if we could get Donald Trump to make it a holiday. Okay, and are you ready for this, actually? No, Bradley Frizzle. I thought of you, bro. I thought of you this weekend. Are you ready? Here, I need to find it for you. I think... because my mom sent me this. Oh, I need to find the video. Hold on. I need to show you it. My mom sent me this, and then the Chad sent me this. But I watched it all, and then... yeah, literally the peach, bro. The peach. Here, you'll see. Spy's kind of tweaking out a little bit. Is this it? No, that's not it. Yeah, this is all right. My mom sent me this one. Are you ready? Here it is. Here it is. Tell me when you notice it. Tell me when you notice it.
The chances are you didn't know this. The chances are you didn't know this about basketball. Listen.
Did you know basketball was created to share the gospel? This is the lost origin story of the game of basketball. And many people know about the Peach Basket, Dr. James Naismith creating a winter sport for his students. But the truth is, what's been covered up, it's deeply rooted in sharing the gospel and discipling people. His famous quote was that we might win men to the Master Jesus through the gym. Very intentional about discipleship. When he was first creating the game, and all the rules, he was going to put a stick in the game, and he changed his mind and took it out. And the reason why is because he said, if I put a stick in the game, it will become a rich man's sport like golf and tennis. I need a poor man's sport so that missionaries can use this game to carry it around the world to any country.
Amen. So yeah, long story short, they're like basketball, and the inventor of basketball, he like did it with like missionary stuff. But then, yeah, did you hear it? I thought, dude, it made me laugh. I said, God is funny. That made me smile because he used a peach basket. Dude, you can't make this up, bro. This happened hundreds of years before us, bro. I didn't know. Yeah, bro. I didn't know I thought we were the only ones who were really into the peach like that. But nah, man, even basketball. It began to spread the gospel, and it started with a peach basket. I know you can't, bro. Amen. Shout out to Peach. Shout out to Peach, baby. Ball is life. Ball is life. Peach is life, bro. Amen. Yeah, bro. It's funny. My mom sent it to me, and then like 2 or 3 of you emailed it to me. I was like, yeah, son. We all got the same algo. Oh, I love it. Yeah, rare earth. Like I was saying, last week I ended the watch list. I think we're gonna get a rare earth news cycle after what we saw last week, and then watch if staples come down. I feel like it's the first time we saw Mo and Philip Morris on the low in a long time. The peach never lost. I'm telling you, bro, the peach. That's Bradley Frizzle, the peach, man. It's the legacy. It's maybe it's more important than we thought. We can't. I don't even think we know the peach. Isn't that the funny part? Everyone's always like, what's the peach mean? My brother, I don't even think we know yet fully. That's just deeper than rap, dog. Oh, my goodness. God bless America. Good morning. Good morning. All right. We haven't moved yet. Again, Trump is going to come out live here, I think, in like 5 minutes, no? So, yeah, we should get something. He's going to sign an executive order. I think it's an executive order on, what was it? On flags. On flag burning or flag destruction. And then no cash bail. Yeah. So he's coming live in like 2 minutes, 4 minutes. And then you have South Korea. I know there were some issues on that. So yeah, we got a couple of things. We growing peaches? Yes, hopefully. I hope. So yeah, like I'm saying, we're gonna do a smaller one here this weekend. I'm hoping we could meet somebody there who could manage it, and then once we get a manager, that'll be it. But bro, I have very good news. I don't know if it's as good for you as it will be for me, but dude, that area is popping off. So there was like 3 or 4 listings right after mine, and they all sold. I'm shocked. I thought I bought mine quick because of the deal, but there was a smaller unit that just sold for like a couple $100,000 more, and then there was 2 other units that sold for like 1.5 million more, all in the last like 30 days. So I'm really light, dude. It's looking good, man. So I hope we can get the farm up and running, but even then, the more and more, if real estate does go a little crazy here, I think it's going to be very tempting to monetize that thing. Yeah, we are going to get real estate data, but actually there was a decent reaction on Friday, so be on the lookout. Might be one of the chats. That'd be cool. I would hopefully that they didn't buy it for just that reason, but if you got it, I think it's a steal. It's just like I'm telling you. I was telling you guys on Friday, so dude, I might become on the HOA. You know that? These guys are like texting me now, and like we're friends. So yeah, I feel bad because I don't like texting and I don't know how to. And they like sent me like random pictures, and I'm like smiling emoji. I don't know how to do this, but yeah, like I was telling it on Friday, if I could find out that they're gonna confirm like some of the developments with the HOA, some of you should buy a property there, because it's gonna skyrocket the values. I'm gonna buy another one probably if I could pull it off. It all just depends, because most of them are getting more expensive now. I think everyone's realizing it. PBI Pitney Bowes, we saw that a couple of times. NVDA went red to green now. I do like Target. But I like it I like it near these prices better. Obviously, I didn't like their report. I don't like how they're doing, but if you know and use them, it's a better price. It's one of the best prices on Target in the last like 5 years, but still kind of elevated. Because I remember back in the day when this was their all-time high, but it's not bad. I like other names a little bit more, but if other names like UPS and everything else we want rocketed up and this was still there, that would be easy. Okay, new home sales, 652,000 versus 630. So yeah, that's real estate activity. And then new home sales month over month came in negative 0.6. Estimate was 0.5. Even though it came in more? What? That makes no sense. We'll take it. Looks like strong real estate data. In Silmar, if you could get a good enough deal. I was looking at Silmar back in the day. I remember, like, Silmar used to be cheap, It's just crazy that Silmar's like expensive. Like Silmar, Reseda, bro, everywhere in the valley used to be so cheap. I remember Reseda had houses for like 400, 500K, and those all go for $1 million now. So Silmar is it's not the best area, but like it's livable, and there's some like good places, and then depending on where you're living and working, but yeah, like they're just up. They're up there. All you got to do is just get a good deal. That's what I'm saying. It's just because, like, those houses were a lot cheaper, so just don't overpay for it. But if you could get a good deal and you're going to live there, and, you know, that being in the valley gives you both sides, then yeah. Menifee, kind of the same, but Menifee is not near LA. So Silmar is, like, right outside of LA. It's, like, the valley. So, but in Menifee, it has the same feature. A lot of California does, where it's like those houses were really cheap, and now they're way more expensive than what they were. I don't think they're bad deals, but that all depends to the comps, and then you can't just, I wouldn't be the one paying a lot more right now or the highest price. Like I've been telling you guys, ever since we bought the ranch, man, that was really good timing, you guys. Like, I hope it motivated you. Because, like, the houses were still kind of sitting. Now things are kind of picking up a little bit. All depends where you're at. But, you know, having this plan, and like I was telling you, I wouldn't really be rushing it, but you should be looking every day in your area and having that, you know, if you're shopping, you'll eventually find a deal. And like we said, you don't need to rush it. So as long as you're looking in any of these areas, but just not buying the highest price in the last 3 months, you'll be fine. And then the lower the price, the better. I don't know. I think it's going to go both ways. I don't know. I think some parts of America are going to benefit off of the cuts. But even this weekend, I was thinking, I'm like, man, they start cutting aggressively with how everything played out. Isn't that bad? So I think real estate is going to be interesting. But if essentially, going back to my original theory, if the job market doesn't get wrecked, and again, consumer is able to hold up, I think it'll be fine. But if it does get wrecked mixed in with rate cuts, then I do think it'll be challenging. But that's why I've been saying, just get a house with a good deal, and you're gonna be fine. Because like, and even then, I have a video I'm gonna put out. It'll be related to the event, but I started going on a Powell rant. Diversification, okay, that's the answer. Isn't the third cut bearish? Usually the first cut after the inversion. So that's what I'm saying. They've just done stuff very like weird the last couple of years. Again, cutting ahead of an election and God knows what else. But that's why I'm like, you know, there is a part of me that gets a little bearish about the rate cuts. So even related to real estate and all of that. I think Trump's supposed to be live any moment. And then Nivda woke up and I guess. Why are they dropping? People are anticipating. And that's why the signal on Friday, and what Powell said was, you know, the Fed being more interested in jobs is very important compared to being interested in inflation. So I have the video. I talk about it here. We talked about it on Friday too, but it's just that's what's leading a little bit of the front run right now. But again, last time they cut rates went up. So this cycle has been weird. You've had the end of a 40-year bull market in bonds that started a couple years ago, and then just the way it's played out, the policy, the banking crisis, the facilities, the coordination with other countries. So it's been unique, but that's why I'm like, I'm still head on a swivel. I see where it could be good, but then also too, I'm also like, yeah, wait a minute. They start cutting too aggressively, demand falls off with the cuts, or they start cutting and other things like jobs really start to slow down, then yeah, we're gonna have a problem. But if not, remember, they just signed a bill with a bunch of fucking money, And now it will eventually, the chickens will come home to roost, but just, it may not be right now. A wholesale deal, just equity. So if it's a good enough deal where I could definitely make money off of it, I'll buy it. But if the margin's too low, I won't. All right, SPY is slowly working up right now. Just got back. Oh, don't worry, bro. You're good. I don't think you missed much. Except for the Powell on Friday. It was kind of important. It was just very surprising. Everything was the same, but then they removed the average inflation targeting. They have been saying that for years, but not really. That's what I'm saying. Like, I have a video I'm gonna put out today that I explain it, but that's what allowed transitory. So average inflation was a new thing, and now they got rid of it. So it's more supportive of cutting rates. The ETH, but well, you're not supposed to tell people about the stream alerts, James. So now I have to ban you. You'll be unbanned at the end of the month. It won't be that long. So I'm glad you're back and thank you, but that doesn't give you an excuse to break the rules. That's why I've kind of been telling everybody. So if you guys don't lock in, I have no problem with it, but you are still responsible. So I don't appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. And I'm glad you're back though. So I'll see you at the end of the month. You could still listen. Only 5 more days. Yeah, NASDAQ is green, 0.02. All right, yeah. If Microsoft and I know Google was up in the morning, that was actually still there. It's actually not that bad. Isn't that crazy? It is almost the end of the month. Welcome, Habibi. Welcome. Mbot. There's a couple of names moving. Is that ARC? It's still Spotify. Highest you've been, actually, except for that wick. But as long as the chips stay up, then... IWM, it should. I remember I wanted IWM like a week or two ago. The premiums were just high. But then eventually IWM is going to underperform heavily. That's what happens every time. Everybody gets bullish on it, and then they go from it, and then it gets jacked up, hits a high, and then everyone's like, wait a minute, nobody make a money. Because remember, half of the Russell is unprofitable. So I think you could cherry pick it. I think if you get a good position before the run up and can front run it, it hits. But yeah, you just got to be careful. So I like it, but I think one of these days it's going to underperform hard. Just as you've seen the last couple, every other quarter pretty much. You know, Russell goes up, it goes crazy, and then that's it. It is heavily shorted. We talked about it on the watch list. That's when I talked about the play I wanted, but the premiums are too up. So you have a lot of positioning and you have a record short on it. So that's causing the part of the, you know, push and pull dynamic. But like I'm saying, eventually, if you could get in at a good price, good positioning, I like it. But if you're too late and too high, you're going to get fucked. And that's what I don't like. So as long as you can defend against that, I think it's a good idea. But if you're not aware of that and can't get a good position there, I'd either do nothing or you're going to get clapped. If crypto has 4% to go, bro. That's the crazy part. That was the biggest drop overnight. And then oil's up a decent amount too. I'm surprised the dollar didn't move as much, but I'm sure we might get a delayed reaction on that. Banks, Wells Fargo is starting to climb back up. BG. Oh, I forgot. We had all of those on Friday. And then remember the cobalt stuff. That's what we were talking about with the news cycle for the metals. So we haven't heard much about that. And then again, Trump is going to be on any second now. Everyone's waiting, or he's actually 10 minutes behind schedule for the first one. And then I think the Korea stuff is in like an hour or two. Yeah, ADM in the food place. And then Netflix and MSTR. So, I don't know. Bitcoin might be coming up. You just said that. And then MSTR is taking off. Bitcoin's still down 4%. Like I'm saying, it bounced pretty hard from the bottom. But, yeah. And then SPY coming down to VWAP. Or VWAP is right at open, too. Let's see, UNP on the low. You guys remember that too? We had some of those headlines there with CSX and all that. There was a lot last week. In the last week or two. August has been fun, my friends. I'm surprised. Where are we performance-wise, actually? Let's see. Then I'll get you a checkup. We're about 18 minutes shy of the first hour. Seasonality. Ooh. Yeah, bro, we're killing it still. You're up 1.9% in August still. So this is the last week, right? So yeah, you're still up 1.9. Last year, August, you did 2.3. I think we were at 1.6 when we were talking double or give it back. So yeah, you still have and so you advanced about 1/3% since then. App on the high. Again, watch the railroads. I totally forgot about that last week. There was a lot of headlines. All right. Then you have the food plays, and then tech is holding up, but SPY is coming down. I don't know what it is. I think it's actually just everything but the Mag 7. Microsoft is break even. Apple is barely green. Google's up almost 1%. Netflix, NVDA. I think Tesla's in the red. No, even Tesla's a green. So this is everybody else. I bet you the equal weight's getting murked. Yes, it is. So yeah, equal weight's down by 0.6. SPY is down by 0.2. Equal weight's down 3 times as much as that. And then NASDAQ is in the green. And then Russell and Dow are both down. So yeah, this is everybody else getting clobbered. So just imagine all the rotation last week, right? And all those back and forth. Today is just money into big tech, and then everywhere else got a little molly-whopped. I'll get you guys the checkup now. I'm sure it'll be bad. Yeah. Dude, it's kind of deceptive. It doesn't really feel like it, and we're still like up near the rally that we had, But you have 5 names green on the Dow. 25 in the red. It's literally Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA, and then Walmart and Nike. Those are the only ones in the green. And then NASDAQ 100, 22 in the green, 78 in the red. That's disgusting. And then S&P 500, 100 red, 100 green, 400 in the red. So yeah, 90% of everything's red right now. Or like 85. Oh, happy birthday, Reese. 41. Oh, man. On a Monday. And another year for the long term, baby. Let's go. My brother, stay safe out there, man. And God bless the long term. God willing, many more years to come. And keep it up, baby. It's a reminder. And life. Choose life. Oh, life and death. Choose life. It was. Last week we did play a lot of the Mag 7 back and forth. Even last 2 weeks, so today. It was more rotationary most of the days, but to start off on the morning here, I mean, definitely just straight tech, and that's it. Everything else had the Powell cool down or the little hangover from the weekend. Next week is your first full year of the long term. That's exciting. No way. Good work. I love it. 1 year. Oh, to many more, brother. And you'll be surprised. It's good. It becomes part of your life. Becomes a habit. And now, look at just in a short span of time, you went from a man or a woman who didn't have savings or investments to now you do. And now it's a part of your life. And you know, isn't that crazy? It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It's your birthday too? Oh, happy birthday, baby. You got twins everywhere. Amen. Libra season coming soon? No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't want that demonic shit. So, yeah. But happy birthday. Happy birthday. I forgot about solar. That was last. Again, there's a couple that maybe they're lagging, or we may get it later in the week if they want to repump them. But yeah, remember solar had the tax stuff and the other stuff with your boy OpenAI. A Virgo fam. Well, listen, I'll give you guys accurate info. You're just limiting yourself with your shit. Because go read the Bible. It tells you the stars and the moons will bow down to you. Ask Joseph. So think about it. You're bowing down to them. I know. I'm just talking authority. That's all. I'm just here to give you the info. So do as you like, brother. Do as you like. My opinions on a stock, it depends. If it wasn't recently covered and we don't have it clearly explained, then yes. But if it is something that is on the watch list or it's on the long term, then no. Added a fiance to the long term. Congratulations. Added a fiance? What? It's like, what stock is that, bro? Congratulations. It's a big journey. It is a big journey. So I'm glad you were saving for it. Amen. All right, Ethereum is going up now. And then, I don't know, I like solar. If they could go, I'm expecting a pump. I'm just not as excited about it. But if that can't move, then that'll be it. If you could remember, those moved crazy last week. There's 2 catalysts behind solar. Where's Bowen? Bobo. SoFi's on the high. I think literally Open Door and SoFi go hand in hand. That's what I put up. Iron, we kept seeing last week. Bonds are kind of tweaking a little. I'd say the dollar moves too. This was the thesis from Friday, and it worked. I think even over the weekend and now at crypto, it's going to balance out a little bit, but I think that's an easy answer, you guys. So if it does, if you start to notice the dollar moving, that'll be it. Yeah, one of the intels got crushed. The short terms, any of the ones on Friday. But anything prior to that still up like 300 to 500%. That's what I was saying. It's kind of crazy. So from that one day I told you guys was good positioning in the lead up, those premiums are still holding. Even if it goes up and comes back down, that hasn't gone lower. But then any of the plays on Friday after the confirmation, some of them hit, but then some of them, they were up this morning. Barely, I wanted more on them, but now they are down, even though the stock's up. But anything with time, then ahead of it, from the positioning day, if it wasn't a weekly, it should be up a lot still. Yeah, Apple, I mean, in a weird way, it should have been our leader today. It is in some sense, but today is just Mag 7, so be careful. SPY's going crazy. What happened to Trump? I don't know. We're going to hear from him soon. He's supposed to be live. And then did you not hear the conspiracy, though? There's tinfoil. There's big tin out there. I don't know if it's tinfoil or just weird Democrats, but there's people, even Alex Jones said it. But people are saying that Trump might have like a health problem, and like they're noticing and they're posting like photos of him wearing like makeup on his hand, to cover the bruises. And then there's another thing too about Trump's health. I don't know why I heard it so much this weekend. Everybody was talking about Trump's health, and then some people sadly getting excited, others kind of just. It's been talked about before, but I remember even like a month ago we were talking about the bruises on his hand, but now it's gotten a little bit more, and people keep talking about it. You read another one where he can't control his poop. I mean, I can't control my poop either, brother. So I'm not going to hate him on that one. But my hands don't bruise that easy. So that's like, people think heart failure. Yeah. It's a strong case of deal hand. I still love that one.
That looks like he's suffering from a strong case of deal hand. He struck so many historic trade deals that could lead to excessive bruising. Clearly, he's been striking so many deals left and right. They gotta shake hands, and that causes a lot of friction. So, nothing to worry about here, folks. Just signing deals. Taking names, maybe we get another one today with India. Thank you.
When was the last time you think he exercised? I think he exercises once a week on his golf course. I tell you, when I just shot under 3, I tell you, not too many can do that at my age. I just did 3. I did 3. What? What is this? South Korea Justice Minister tells Parliament has long had impression that Trump and leaders in Washington had distorted info about Lee and ruling party. Yeah, it's Google, bro, all of the big tech. It's Google, Apple especially right now. Google was up really a lot in the morning, even on Friday. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you guys were this concerned about Joe Biden's health, we could have saved him. I'm just... That's why some of y'all scare me. Because I'm like, damn, so you could definitely notice this shit then when it's happening? Y'all okay. Because you know we could have saved Joe Biden's life, y'all. You know that? You guys could have helped a great American hero. Nah, but instead, you fucking avoided the fucking primaries, and now we have Kamala, and then there's a fucking socialist in New York who took your primary seat. Bro, what the fuck is... So, yeah, I'm just saying, if y'all noticing the makeup, y'all could have saved Joe, bro. Y'all could have saved Joe if you were a little bit more proactive. It's there, yeah, right? We had Corinne yelling at us every morning. She's like, he's in better shape than ever. Better shape. I think he's in better shape than me. What? No, what, man? He's in way better shape than... I don't even believe you. I don't even think y'all believe you. The fuck? How much are you getting paid? It's a cheap fake. Cheap fake, not a deep fake. Cheap fake, obviously. He's obviously fine. He joked about it. AXGN. All right, bro. Bonds, that's the third time bonds have done this in like 5 minutes. Just be on the lookout. Watch, yeah. Look, watch if dollar, like I was telling you, if dollar goes crazy or bond, anything. If we could get anything fundamental moving big, you're already in a spot that's pretty key. So just eyes on it. You could either meander and do nothing or good morning, and then it'll start moving. So yeah, like I'm saying, I'm looking for the dollar. It's the highest it's been, and now we got bonds. But other than that, it just Mag 7 leadership. NASDAQ barely green. Way bigger drag. Yo, STX and WDC. Those are the only ones moving up right now in chips. STX and WDC. I want to say they're going to be tied to something, but I don't have anything. WDC, STX still. It's small. It doesn't look like news. STX plays are insane, actually. I don't think I'm going to play it. Oh, do we have some more data? On a Monday. Yeah, we're going to get Dallas Fed Manufacturing. And then we'll be done. You'll get 3 and 6 month bond auctions too. Domino's on the high. Interesting. Pizza. We're looking for the dollar to just move. Because I'm telling you, that's the easiest thing you could watch for right now. Real estate, stocks, you name it. That dollar moves another 10% up or down, shit's going to change prices dramatically. That's it. That's all. You got to think about it. That was what happened at the beginning of the year. That's what I'm saying. You notice how market doesn't give a shit about Trump and trade all of a sudden? It's because it never cared about Trump and trade. That Trump and trade narrative got the dollar moving. That's it. It was really the dollar. That's why we had the freak out at the beginning of the year. Call it whatever you want. The outcome was the dollar moving down 10%. So, like I'm saying, if it comes back up and it recovers the 10, 15% it lost, that's going to be a big move. That'll be a big reprice. If the dollar comes down again and plummets, the euro's going to rip, and then everybody else that's going to cause another reprice. So, yeah, in a weird way, if you really wanted to keep this shit simple and not be caught up with the noise, just take a step back, and then when the dollar starts moving, you should start moving, because that's it. That is what I believe caused a lot of this. Yeah, and NB, all of the rare earths came up today. They started off a little chiller, but then they came up. That wasn't meant for here. Well, it borderline violated the rules, and then you're not focused and you're somewhere else. So I'm gonna rate that a 2 out of 10. So fix it or do something or get that shit out of here. Thank you. Dollar comes down, market rips. It all depends how it happens, but last time it went down, the market went down and then it went up. It all just depends. So, but just think reprice. Some places, some areas will be more expensive, some will be more cheaper. And then that's where it starts to get volatile and more of a fiasco. Okay, Wayfair on the high. Watch if we hear anything with Trump. Yeah. Watch out. You might get Trump talking about the, what's it called? He might be going over the furniture stuff. Where is he? I don't see him. Trump signs new executive order on flag burning. Come on, where is he? I have one feed up, but it's not loading.
They're here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you, Right Side. I actually like them. But yeah, he's supposed to be on, but I don't have it yet. Well, let me shop. Google. Yeah, STX and WDC are still going. You upstart. Okay, a couple things are starting to move there. Watch the plays related to Trump this morning. Anything India, furniture, and then there's one more. And then what is this? I think this is related to the de minimis. CTT suspends transport of postal shipments to all mail universal from 26th to September 2nd. Furniture tariffs to be imposed as part of national security investigation into lumber. CNBC citing officials.
Has officially taken that 10% stake in Intel. Talk more about what that means for shares, which are now up big in August and on the year. Speaking of the chips, nearly 90% of the street calls NVDA a buy ahead of earnings this week. We're going to get you ready with.
All right, but yeah, something on there. So that means the furniture stuff could be either better or worse stuff. It's only about lumber. They might get a break. Otherwise, if it is more expensive, that's, again, a lot of them gap down. Wayfair's going up, restoration's going down. So yeah, like I'm saying, these are the two in the morning, and now they're kind of moving. Mike Alfred building a 2 million share short position in Western Union. Why do they do this? I've seen, like, this is like in the last like month or two, last even couple of weeks, there's like these short reports on very, very cheap stocks. I don't know, it's interesting. Because I'm like, even I guess with shares you can make money, but the downside on there is not the same. And then Estee Lauder on the low. They were up earlier and then they flipped. So again, China, SoFi and Google is going, and then SPY. Bonds near the low. Again, dollar moved up a little bit, then came right back to normal. I put Alcoa up as a material play. I have to shift this to NVDA. Yeah, Intel, everything's kind of coming back. I think you're broadening out a little bit because NASDAQ keeps going, but SPY and Russell, they're recovering. Equal weight just stopped dropping. So that's what's happening right now. You're barely moving on the SPY. A couple of other names are advancing. What you're getting is Mag 7 is still doing its thing, and then now you just don't have the rest of the names dropping. They're just staying, they're holding this lower level. So everything else is either going to dump again, and then that'll add some drag, or it'll start running up, and then that'll give you a little bit of lift. Yeah, Walmart was one of the only green ones, right? Yeah, Walmart's dying right now. So that is a little bit of a shift. They were one of 5 names green on the Dow earlier. That's why I noticed that. Then staples are getting murked. Healthcare. So notice all of the rotation shit from last week is just gone. It's still kind of up there, but it's not opening up the same way. Okay, there's this SPY. IMF says Panama full implementation of spending plan. Trump, he said in a couple weeks, but I don't know. You know, that has been something that's gone on for a while. Yeah, the bond move was from the data, but it's a regional. Okay, MO and Philip Morris. Like I telling you, those were down earlier, and now chips. So chips are running, and then that's it. Bernstein avoid Intel shares. Woo! There you go. That's somebody sticking with it. That's what I like to see. I respect it. That's because I'm telling you, bro, they were hating last week, and then something this weekend on Monday. They liked it, so I'm glad to see somebody still hating. You know, it keeps you solid. Dominion on the low. What is that? D and then K. I feel like both energy and then certain staples, but yeah, bro, anything that is outside of like anything that got rotation is just down right now. Stacy Rosgon? What is she? I don't know. She might be legit, but I you know who I don't like? I don't like Michelle Holenhouse. That's it, bro. You have no idea. On Lulu, yeah, we talked about it last week. RKLX. Roblo's on the high, up 8%. Why not position? They don't have to, and they've already disclosed it. So they usually cover like a set of stocks, but yeah, they already have their disclosures. So you should assume. Again, I made that video on the analyst. That was the good thing about having a terminal, is that you could go and see the analyst. They have a great tracker, but just remember, these guys pivot at the last second every time. So they usually they just follow the trend. So that's what I'm saying. I kind of appreciate somebody going against it, but yeah, it's not I'm not the biggest fan. You've been here every day. Well, you should reconsider then what you're doing with your time. Because if you're here every day and miss it, then I would stop coming or do something better. And then don't miss it. Because I talked about it like 4 times. I vividly remember. I think I even remember the exact question and who it was, and I ended up having to ban somebody after it. So I remember all of that. And it was, I think, on Wednesday of last week or Thursday, to be more specific. So yeah. Well, Walmart, again, that was one of 5 that was green. So we'll see. And remember, they just had earnings. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the worst one. It's only 7:40, bro. It's still early. Okay, SoFi still, bro. We have not moved. 7 hours, and then IBKR. So again, financials started to climb up. They were tweaking out last week. I've mentioned that a few times, but otherwise, if we could get something clear, I think it's going to be through the dollar or not. But you're done with data. I mean, you even had a little bit of just regional data, the Dallas Fed, but it didn't really cause much. And here we are. All right, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I would tell you to buy a membership, but I think what's even better is you should do everything you want to do in life, and don't ever do something you don't want to do. You know why? Because they call it paying attention, right? Have you guys heard of that? Paying attention. So stop paying for things you don't want. That's a bad, bad, bad financial strategy. Isn't that cool to think about? Yeah. And so unless you like paying for things you don't want, well, there you go. There you go. So follow me on Instagram, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Do you think that the U.S. government will actually make money on that investment?
Well, I think it's interesting. They could make money. I think that, look, I do, just as a capitalist myself, kind of understand where the president's coming from. I mean, giving away grant money and then having tough milestones to hit, this is probably a better motivator. Plus, in terms of shareholders, they do benefit from being able to lower debt much quicker. And it's not, there is dilution, but it could be accretion, because now people realize the U.S. government's not going to let them fail. But Intel has to execute here. I mean, they're losing share to AMD hand over fist in the enterprise for server CPUs and even in PCs. And they have pushed out the 18A node a little bit for external customers. And so maybe 2-3 years from now, we need to have customers for this 14A node. And, it's uncertain. We don't know who's coming, and nobody's into charity in AI. Nobody's going to go with Intel for charity. You have to have a really darn good product and be able to make chips. This is life or death for a lot of companies. And so no one's into charity, so they have to execute. It's good they have the money. I think they'll survive. And they got to execute, David. And that's still ahead of us. Big uncertain.
Yeah. All right, Ben, leave it there for today, but always appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great one. Bye.
Meantime, Keurig Dr. Pepper, one of the worst performers on the S&P in early trading. We'll get more on their new deal that's driving that decline in a minute. Crypto pulling back, as you might know, after rallying into the weekend. Ether did touch its first record in 4 years. More on what a potential rate cut in September might mean for the crypto space when we're back in a minute.
It's good, baby. YouTube has hit you with an ad. You should type about it again. You should tell us again. Tell us one more time. I didn't get it the first time. First 3 times you said it with no response. So tell us again. I would like to hear. Good morning. Happy Monday. It's starting to look like a Monday, you guys. Starting to look like a Monday. I don't think there was news on Roblo, just people buying the dip after the little freak out and the negative stuff the last like couple weeks. Yeah, I'm trying to see if we could get staple stuff, but if we don't get a staple move, it's gonna be boring. Because that's it. If the staples go down, nothing else moving except Mag 7. That's it. Or you get the dollar or bonds moving, but we don't have to. Trump is gonna come on though, so whenever we get that, you might get a little signs of life, but that's it. Elon Musk, XAI, sues Apple in U.S. court, OpenAI in U.S. court in Texas for violating antitrust law. Elon versus Apple and OpenAI. Apple takes a candle. Green. They might give it. You're like 7 more bands away, but we're like halfway there. It's almost there though. It started off really slow, but then we're getting a couple. So maybe. And then now you got the bonds. I mean, there was a bond auction earlier though. It's a 3-6 month. I don't think it matters. But again, Apple's moving on that headline. There's the bond. SPY not moving at all. Apple still. Well, then Apple said they're partnering up with Google too last weekend. Or that's them kind of giving up on their AI ambitions. KDP. Oh. The buyout stuff kind of killed them today, which makes it a little bit more attractive, but I do like Coca-Cola and Pepsi a little bit more. I like Dr. Pepper and Keurig brand, but they did go private. They underperformed at one point when I was younger. I was there for them getting taken private. I remember when Keurig, it's like owned by a Chinese company, I think. It's a really weird one, but I don't think it's a bad name, but it's not, hasn't really moved too much. You had a better deal on Pepsi not too long ago. I would rather have Pepsi or Coca-Cola, but it's not bad. I mean, long story short, if Pepsi, Coca-Cola, that was ever your only option, it's not a bad one, but it's not, I don't put it in the same priority as Coca-Cola or Pepsi. Okay, Wally World. That's one of only a few, actually technically not. I forgot. On the Dow, at least. It's still pretty ugly. 5 names green on the Dow. Okay, and then SPY going up. Like I'm telling you, it's going to feel a certain way. You're not getting any staples. You're not getting everyone else. So last about 30, 40 minutes here, equal weight has just been at the low. Meanwhile, SPY is trying to come back up. So this is Apple and all that. Yeah, they're going to try to spin it off. That's what it was in the beginning, though. That's what I'm saying. It's not. They're literally reverse repeating history. So Keurig and Dr. Pepper were 2 standalone companies. And then I remember Dr. Pepper bought Keurig, or it was like a PE firm. And because Keurig was public and then it got taken private, and then it merged with Dr.
Doesn't
Pepper.
sound good, but
Oh,
Washington
here he
was
is.
the most dangerous place in this country, and now, you know what? It's probably the safest place in our country. Everyone's starting to come here. The restaurants
It's
now
so
you can't
safe.
get in. Many
We're
of them
the
closed
safest
because they
in the
couldn't-
world
couldn't
right now.
open with crime.
No.
Everybody before me is
They
happy
said,
what I'm
Donald,
doing. Most
it's
of you
not
won't say
safe.
that because you're
Now they say
radical
it's so
left.
safe.
The
I can
newspapers
store
are
my
so
money
dishonest,
here.
The press is
That's how
totally
safe it
dishonest,
is.
but that's all right. We've gotten used to it. And we won in a landslide, so they obviously lost their power. I mean, it's impossible to imagine
No.
that when you get 97%
Speak up, Donald. They're going to think you're
negative
dying.
stories, purposely
If you don't
negative
cough,
stories,
Donald,
even though you've done
they already think you're
97%
dying.
positive things,
Please.
that they could.
Donald, why are you hiding
that
your
you
hands,
could win an
Donald?
election in a landslide,
They're
winning
already,
all seven.
they're already nervous,
Think of it,
Donald.
all 7 swing states, winning by
Show
the
us your
popular vote
fucking
by
hands.
millions of votes. We had a fantastic. The best is your districts. Out of 3,000 districts, I guess we won 3,500. We won 2,750, and they won 500.
I haven't
that's,
seen him
to
move
me,
his
the
hand.
best
This is
of
the
all.
longest he's
And
never
we have
not moved his
tremendous in
hands.
every way, the election, and it's hard to believe you can do that when you have a corrupt media. But
As
you
somebody
are, many
who
of you are
talks with
corrupt,
his
and there's
hands,
nothing we can
this
do
is a
about
very
it.
hard thing to
We
do.
keep winning.
You
and
guys
we're gonna
don't
keep winning.
understand. You always
And
like,
the
why are you
sole
talking with
story
your
in
hands? Because I
crime
have
is
to.
Incredible that
I have
the Democrats wouldn't be with
You
us.
don't understand what real
So the
energy
mayor
and
of
passion
Chicago,
is
I
like.
watched him this morning.
I don't
He
expect
said,
you to.
Trump doesn't
You know how hard it
know
is
he's
to
talking
not
about
move your
healing
hands? Well, speaking to the
9
people.
Well, number one, that's false. It's literally it's thousands.
Dog,
who
he
get
hasn't
into
moved
that.
them.
But more importantly than anything, we took guns away. We have some of the worst career professionals out of the country already. They've been taken out of the country, and some are in solid confinement because these were killers. We arrested some very bad people. And in the last 11 days, again, I hate to say it because it sounds so ridiculous, but in the last 11 days, we've had no murders. And that's the first time that's taken place in years, actually years. We always have a murder a week. They call it a murder a week. You come here from Iowa, you come here from Indiana, you come here from Idaho, because you're so proud of your country, you love your country, and then you get murdered. Your son gets murdered, your daughter gets murdered, you get murdered. See the media, you get murdered. Many of you have been mugged in Washington, you just don't want to talk about
They're
it.
real hands. He moves
And I
them.
know
He
that
just won't lift up
every
the
time
left
I do
hand
this
over the
with
right
you,
one.
almost everything, but every time I do this with you, you people are saying to yourselves, he's right, and then you write a negative story. But we are doing an incredible job. The people behind me are amazing. We're working very well with the Washington police, as you know. The DC National Guard is unbelievable. We're also getting tremendous help from Secret Service. And we are at a point where Washington is booming again. People are pouring in like we haven't seen for years. Nobody wanted to come here. They didn't want to come here and get murdered. I have a friend of mine who has a very successful son. And I said, where is your son going to be this weekend? He said, he's going to Washington with his friends. I said, really? Yeah, he's wanted to do it for 4 years, but he couldn't do it because it was so unsafe. And he's a tough kid, too. It's so unsafe. And he ended up staying 3 nights, going out to restaurants all 3 nights. He said it was so beautiful, so peaceful, because all the criminals are either arrested or they're hiding, and we're finding the ones that are hiding. So I want to thank Pam Bondi. I want to thank our vice president. I want to thank everybody standing behind me because they are really, Gaddy, you've been unbelievable, by the way.
I'm going to step out for a sec while it's playing.
They have done an unbelievable job. They're working 24 hours a day. And Washington, D.C. is now in great shape. I'm going to be working with Clark Construction, which is by far your biggest construction company. And we're going to also beautify Washington. We're going to rip down the broken medians, fix them. We're going to put asphalt on the roads. We're not ripping them apart like these stupid people do. They rip a road. They rip a road down to the dirt, and then they spend 5 years in building the new one, and then it starts settling. You know, the whole thing is so crazy. And they'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a road. I'll spend about $2, and it'll look better. So we're going to be replacing medians. We're going to be replacing much of the asphalt in the road, which in the city, which is in bad shape. We have great stripers. We have great contractors, but we have to let them do the thing. The Congress has said that they'll give us whatever money is needed to fix up the Capitol. This is the Capitol. And we're not going to spend a lot. It's going to go fast, and it will be spotless. And we want it spotless for the World Cup and for the Olympics. You saw the World Cup was here the other day. And come to think of it, there's your trophy for the World Cup. In fact, it's solid gold. That's actually solid gold, so heavy that some of the people in this room wouldn't be able to lift it up. I think what I'm going to do is place it right above the angel, right over there. That's solid gold, too. We're going to put it right up there. Look at that. There's a solid gold trophy. They know how to get to me, you know. I like the angel better, to be honest with you. So we're going to sign, and then we'll take a few questions, and we'll tell you how good a job we're doing. We want to go from here to other places, but I was telling some of the people that in a certain way, you really want to be asked to go. You know, I hate to barge in on a city and then be treated horribly by corrupt politicians and bad politicians, like a guy like Pritzker. He ought to spend more time in the gym, actually. This guy is a disaster. Gavin Newsom's a disaster. When we went, we saved Los Angeles. You wouldn't have been able to have the Olympics in Los Angeles. You're barely able to have it now. They did lose 25,000 houses to a fire that should have never occurred, because they didn't let the water come down from the Pacific Northwest, which you guys don't want to write about. I had to break into the water supply to let the water down. And even now, we want more.
Pritzker's the rich guy
half of what
who
should
says
be
to
coming
overthrow the government.
I don't know,
funny.
they have a political thing about it. It's like the craziest thing I've ever seen. But I don't like going
I'm back.
to
If you couldn't
a
tell.
town, a city, place, a state, and then be criticized by some corrupt or incompetent governor where crime is rampant.
How
Like,
is he
take a look
telling
at DC.
someone to go to
Crime
the
was
gym?
rampant.
Because
it was
if
at
you
the
think
old-time
Trump is
worst.
bad,
It got really bad during the
Pritzker's
Biden 4
worse.
years. And then I have a mayor stand up and say how crime has reached a 30-year low.
I think that's exactly why
30-year
he
low.
said that.
People are being killed left
Actually.
and right. And it's not a 30-year
Yeah, bonds
low.
are
Think of it.
going.
So for 11 days, there's been no murders. The record goes back years where that's happened. They haven't seen that happen in years. And then people stand up, and instead of thanking us, which they should do, and she's not that bad. She's better than most. But, you know, you have people, I watched in Illinois, Chicago, Illinois is a disaster. I have property there. It's a disaster what's going on in Chicago. And you get Pritzker, he's violating our rights. I think this is another men and women's sports.
Ironically enough, though, there is places in Chicago that were down on the year, real estate-wise, but now Chicago's coming up. It's really weird. So he's talking shit, but Chicago is actually doing a little better on the second half of 2025 for real estate.
Work together. So I'm thinking about, you know, when I have some slob like Pritzker criticizing us before we even go there, I made the statement that next should be Chicago, because as you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now.
Oh, shit.
And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't
That's a
need him.
one way to
Freedom,
put it.
freedom. He's a
It's not
dictator.
Donald.
He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense
I love you,
and a smart
Donald, but you
person.
don't know dictator,
And when I see what's happening to our
come to my
cities,
country,
and then you send
Donald,
in
I show
troops,
you
instead of being
dictatorship,
praised,
Donald.
they're saying you're trying
You
to take over
Western
the republic.
dictator, no real
These people are sick.
dictation. I show
But
you, Donald,
I'm really saying,
come.
and I say
Donald,
this to
you come.
all of you,
I give you a
in a certain way,
plane
we
and I
should
show
wait
you
to be
how to
asked,
do
because they have cities that
dictation.
are so
I
out
will
of
show you,
out of
Donald.
control. So we go
This
in
guy,
and fix it. They take the
Donald
full
Trump
credit
said
for it,
he
and
a
they go out and
dictator.
say, I heard it this morning. They're saying how well
They
they've done
let
over
his
the
media
last
talk shit about him.
10-day period.
He
That they
said
set record
dictator.
lows. They don't say that we're there with
That's
very
good
tough
joke,
people, by the
Donald.
way.
Good joke,
They have to
Donald.
pass the toughness test. Otherwise, they're not working for us. So, and we're allowed to do that now according to the United States Supreme Court decision. Now, they have to pass a toughness test. If they're not tough, we don't want them for this job. They might be great for other jobs, but not for this job, because they're respected. You saw the gang of kids. They were all huddled up, and a group of soldiers walked up. They never even got over. Those kids ran back to their homes or wherever the hell they came from. They were gone. This is one of the safest cities right now in the world, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, he hasn't
And
moved
it
the
took
hands at all.
7 days. It took really 3 days, but we're now in our 11th day. So I want to thank you. So we had all of these things, 439 illegal alien criminals have been removed, and we have 6 known gang members, some of the worst leaders of gangs anywhere in the country, MS-13 and Tren de
He
Aragua.
moves them, but has he lifted
Two
it up?
missing children that have been recovered. They thought they were gone. We brought them back.
No, the
to
hand has not
family.
gone
The
up.
family started crying. They couldn't believe that they
Bro,
saw
the
their
hand
child
is
again.
not lifted up.
49 homeless
It moves,
encampments.
but it doesn't go
Encampments
up.
have been removed. Like we have the head of South Korea coming in a little while, the president, and he drives down the street. Already, his people have told me, he said, what happened? It's so clean. We always came here, it was filthy dirty with homeless and papers all over the road. That's the other thing. Those roads are swept immaculate. But they're going to be much better in a few months when we put a topping on them. They're going to look like they're brand new. We'll get rid of those rusty old medians that have been crashed into 1,000 times, and they don't fix them. They just let them, they lay them down on the road and they sit there for months. But we don't do that. We don't run things. We run things like we run this. We like clean, we like beautiful, and we like safe. And
Gen Robotics.
So I'll start
Advanced Tech
signing
announces
the
Gen
executive
Robotics
orders. To
with
me, this is a
NVDA,
very, very
Jetson,
big
Thor.
deal. One of the executive orders has to do with cashless bail. That was when the big crime in this country started. And I can tell you who did it, when, but I don't want to do that because others followed pretty quickly. But that was when it happened. Somebody kills somebody, they go in, don't worry about it, no cash, come back in a couple of months, we'll give you a trial. You never see the person again. And I mean, they kill people and they get out. Cashless bail. They thought it was discriminatory to make people put up money because they just killed 3 people lying on a street. Any street all over the country, cashless bail. We're ending it, but we're starting by ending it in DC, and that we have the right to do through federalization. Okay, let's go. Could I ask you to say exactly what this is?
Of course. So as you've consistently identified, sir, cashless bail policies are a key driver of the disorder we see on city streets all over America. Catch and release system allows criminals to keep going back out onto the street and reoffending. What this executive order does, it charges your attorney general with identifying jurisdictions all over the country that have cashless bail policies, and then it withholds or revokes federal funds and grants that are flowing to those jurisdictions to ensure that we're only supporting the people who have reasonable common sense policies around crime.
So what area does it cover?
Potentially anywhere that has a cashless bail policy. So some of the largest cities, some of the most left-wing states in America
Almost
have adopted.
all of them, right?
Illinois would be a great example of that, sir.
Oh, they have a great cashless bail. You don't even have to go to court sometimes. No, Illinois, I love that state. It's a great state, but it's run so badly by Pritzker. They threw him out of the family business and he becomes governor. Now he wants to run for president. I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, we'll sign right here, right?
Sir.
And then he calls for
So
the
important.
overthrow. I hate that
This
noise.
isn't Republican Democrat.
I hate that noise. Yeah, he moved the hand finally. There you go, yeah. No, you're good. That's it. I think was he just fucking with us? It looks good. It looked a little shaky at first, but honestly, it's not that bad. Oh, yeah, there's that bruise. See it?
So on the issue of cashless
Yeah,
bail,
there's
sir,
something
this
on
is
his
a
hand, though.
DC-specific executive
I think
order.
people are
in addition to the measures that we're
tripping.
taking that are quite similar to what we're doing
Got a
around
lot
the
of
country.
headlines.
In DC in particular, the objective is holding as
That's
many
the
criminal
cashless bail
defendants
thing he
in
signed.
federal custody and subjecting them to federal charges as possible. That means that they'll be held pre-trial in federal jail as opposed to just being cut back out on the streets due to a cashless bail policy.
Okay.
Ah,
And we have the
I hate it. I can't do it. I hate the marker sound. Thank you, Donald.
horrible. It's horrible. People were subjected to live in that dog trap for so long, so unfairly. I have stories, you'll be hearing about them. That prison is horrible. Okay?
This is an executive order that contains a number of additional measures relating to crime and law enforcement in Washington, D.C. It charges, for example, your Secretary of Defense with
XYZ on the high
establishing
again.
specialized units in both the D.C. National Guard and the
Yeah,
National
blocked
Guard
a little
units
bit of a
around the
rip. It's up
country,
one.
specifically trained and equipped to deal with public order issues. It charges all of your various federal law enforcement agencies with hiring additional personnel to allow them to surge personnel to Washington, D.C. to deal with the current emergency here. It does a number of other things in that space, and it also asks the Attorney General to look at D.C. Metropolitan Police general orders that have currently impeded law enforcement efforts in the city, and to potentially look at unwinding those that are stopping the police from doing their job effectively.
And are we going to ask this to be codified by Congress, all of these things?
I think we could potentially, yes, sir.
I think so. I think we should. I think we'll get it. I think
I hate it. I hate it. I'm muting it every time the marker goes. I want to hear what he's saying.
Democrats will actually vote for this.
No, I can't do it. Yeah, block is going up. Pizza. Couple names woke up. Again, SPY's moving, so check equal weight. You'll probably get more advancing if everything else can come up.
Is that a good signature? Seriously, is that a good signature? Who can write like that? Nobody. I don't know. That's the other thing. I assume we're looking at the whole auto pen scam.
Sir.
Because the person that ran it said he spoke to it briefly twice about nothing. That means that all those pardons that he gave to some very bad people, very unpatriotic people, very evil people, it looks to me like those pardons are worthless. Because number one, you shouldn't use an auto pen very specifically.
Yeah,
but if you do, it has to be a very good reason. And they have to know that the president wanted it. The president didn't want this. The president didn't know he was alive, okay? He never approved any of this stuff. He wasn't for open borders and all the other things. He was never for open borders. I've known Biden a long time. He was never very sharp, but he was never in favor of open borders and all of the other things he did to destroy our country. Let's go.
Lastly, sir, this is an executive order on flag burning. It charges your attorney general.
Would you listen to this? This is very important. Flag burning. All over the country, they're burning flags. All over the world, they burn the American flag. And as you know, through a very sad court, I guess it was a 5-4 decision, they called it freedom of speech. But there's another reason which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy. If you have hundreds of people, they go crazy. You can do other things. You can burn this piece of paper.
I know. I always thought it was a felony.
But when you burn the American flag,
people.
It incites riots.
Because this whole time I was
at
like,
levels that we've never seen before. People
I
go
view
crazy.
that flag sacred, bro.
In a way, both ways. There's some that are going crazy.
I thought the
for
only
doing
thing
it.
you're
There are
allowed
others
to
that are
burn is a LeBron James
angry
jersey.
about them doing it.
If he switches teams.
Do you want to discuss that?
Sure.
Yeah,
what
I
the
always
executive order does, sir,
regarded
it
the
charges
flag
your
as
Department of Justice with
special.
investigating instances of flag burning, and then where there's evidence of criminal activity, where prosecution wouldn't fall afoul of the First Amendment, and instructs the Department of Justice to prosecute those who are engaged in these instances of flag burning.
And what the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail. If you burn a flag, you get, and what it does is incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way. Did they? Incite to riot. And you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month. You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record. And you will see flag burning stopping immediately.
What are you in for?
Just like when I signed the Statute and Monument Act. 10 years in jail if you hurt any of our beautiful monuments. Everybody left town.
10 years?
They were gone. Never had a problem after that. It's pretty amazing. We stopped it. But this is something that's, I don't know, in a certain way, it's equally as important. Some people would say it's more important. Because the people in this country don't want to see our American flag burned and spit on. And by people that are, in many cases, paid agitators. They're paid by the radical left to do it. You talk to these people, they don't even know, half of them don't even know what they're doing. They say, I don't know, they gave me money to do this. I see the same things that you do. They're bad people. They're trying to destroy our nation. That's not working, because I think our nation now is the most respected nation anywhere in the world.
We
by
know
far.
how they say the word
You saw
right
that with
now.
the European leaders on Friday. You saw that with NATO, where they agreed to go from 2% no pay to 5% fully paid up, trillions of dollars paid, where they respect your president to a level that they jokingly call me the president of Europe. They call me the president of Europe, which is an honor. I like Europe, and I like those people. They're good people. They're great leaders. And we've never had a case where 7 plus really 28, essentially 35.
I mean, that's the
38
dilemma,
countries were
because it's like,
represented here.
it
The
does
other
sound
38,
harsh, and you're like, what the fuck?
European countries.
You're
were
like, what do you
represented.
mean
European
that's the
and other countries
punishment?
were
But it's like,
represented.
dog, Which
It was a
one
great
of you
meeting,
is
but,
going out destroying
the country
monuments?
is respected again.
Is this going to
I
really
say
get
it
in the
all
way
the
of your
time.
summer plans?
1 year ago, our country was dead.
Why are you going at it? So
Everybody
I don't
said
know
it.
how
We
I
had a
feel,
dead
okay?
country.
Because it
We were not
seems
gonna
like it's
survive.
intense.
Now we have the hottest
But then
country
again, it's
anywhere
like,
in the
who does
world.
this affect?
So it's an honor to be involved.
Who
And
is
this group
fucking
has a lot to
destroying
do with it, right
monuments
behind
and
me.
flags? Like, who is the target market this impacts? Because that's what I'm
Does
saying.
anybody
Like,
behind me have?
so I don't know,
anything, Pam?
man.
Would you like to say
I don't know how I feel about it.
Sure, President. Thank you for keeping DC safe. You know, just a couple examples of a mother, a single mom, whose house was burglarized, and the defendant got out on cashless bail, went back the next night and burglarized her house again. That's why this is so important. A man got in a fight with another guy. He had a gun. He was let out. Next night, he got out, went back and killed him. So that's why it's so important, President, what you're doing. And thank you for protecting the American flag. And we'll do that without running afoul of the First Amendment
Good.
as well. And President, I think I think Gaddy Serralta
Oh
had,
yeah, Google
something
just
he wanted
flushed
to
a
give
little.
you
Looks like a
on behalf
tweak.
of
Spy
all
hit a
law
new
enforcement
high.
who are out there.
Low
I just
ticker
think
on the
that's
1
good.
minute is picking up for 30 seconds. So eyes up. A couple food plays, pizza, Domino's, they're both running. Same time, same high.
Law enforcement agency. It was created in 1789. So on behalf of all the federal law enforcement agencies that we're working with and those that have yet to join the team, we thought it was only appropriate to present you with an honorary United States Marshal Service badge. And this badge comes with this little item right here, which is a handcuff key, Mr. President, because you continue through your policies and
We
your
give you
efforts
the handcuff
with
key
your
to the
staff,
city, Toenails.
unhandcuffed law enforcement officers.
I didn't
all
know they
over this
hand these
nation.
out. What?
And I can tell you personally.
Any cops in here? Is that
that
like
they
a
thank you
normal
for
thing?
that.
I've never heard of that.
You can continue
Where you get a handcuff
unhandcuffing
key?
law enforcement.
That's a very great honor.
I've heard of like key to the city and all that.
Which is important. Thank you very much, Gary. I appreciate it.
Okay, Spy brushed off that Google couple names now.
That's
Look,
very
that
nice.
30
Thank
second
you.
low flipped to 30
Well, we
second
love those
high.
people.
And
They're brave
chips.
and they love our country and they don't want to see it. Do you know how many people volunteered for this job? And before I ask the VP
Yeah,
to
pizza's
say
getting a little
few
crazy.
because he feels very
It's just a
strongly
liquid,
about it.
but
I think it's very important, Pam, that when we do this, that a state required, they come and ask us. I mean, I see Pritzker saying, we don't want them. In the meantime, his city is being shot to hell. And they do that politically.
none
And
of
they
this is
probably do want
normal.
it.
I know.
If we didn't go to Los
We'll
Angeles,
talk about it, but
you
only
would
if you
literally
guys
have
really
had
want to talk
call off
about
the
it.
Olympics.
But I'm
It
not
was so
going to have
bad.
a conversation.
And the sheriff and the law
with
enforcement
unfair
people, but the
people.
sheriff
So
said, and he came out
otherwise,
very
you're just
strongly,
a little
he
bitch
said,
right
if we
now.
didn't have these people,
So we'll talk
we were
about
not
it when
able
he's
to
done.
control it. Now,
But
4 days later,
yeah, I think you
after
should
we
know
had
what
it
I'm about to
totally under
say.
control, we did that quickly. He changed his tune a little bit. Well, I think we could have done it. You know, they were dead. If we didn't send in the troops, Los Angeles was dead. The Olympics was gone. The World Cup was gone. Everything was
Dude,
gone.
these little China plays
He
are
did a
running.
great
All the
job.
China
And
scam
Newsom
plays.
did I mean, he's
Holy
an incompetent
fuck.
governor.
I didn't even think about that.
But I think people
We have
should
those free ones, but
want
they're
us to
moving.
be there because otherwise all they'll do is
And then
complain
bonds
as we
straight
do our
up.
job. So we'll have to think about that, okay? We go in, like in Washington, we go in and the people that are here that have been doing, I don't want to say terrible because she happens, you know, she's a nice woman, I guess. I don't care about if she's nice, you know, I really don't care. I want her to do, I'd rather have her be horrible, but do the job. But we come into Washington and we have the 11 best days they've had here in 2 centuries. I mean, they've never seen anything like it. Let's go 2 decades.
Yeah, pizza's
over
getting a
20
little
years,
crazy now.
They haven't seen anything like what happened.
That's just abnormal.
And now they're out there saying, we don't have crime.
Domino's
in
is
Washington.
going
Well,
up,
that's
but
true.
now
For 11
pizza's at
days
the
you don't have
trigger,
crime.
4%.
But before that, everybody
No one else is moving
was
like that.
getting hit and mugged, and you people could not walk to your office without security. That's how unsafe it was. So I think we should really let them have their city, let their city go to hell, and when they come
And Nike, that's
beg
one of
us
the
to
only
help.
Dow names up.
The only problem is we want to save it for the
105.
people, because the people want us there. The people here, 95% of the people here want us. The real people, not the people you find on, I don't know where you find these people. You have one person that has a broken nose, where'd you get it? Well, I was mugged. Good. Do you want to see Trump here with? No, I don't want. The woman has a broken nose. She got mugged. But she's saying she doesn't want any protection. It's all.
I think this is a real story.
It's just fake news. I don't know.
By the way he's communicating it, because he's just talking a whole. I think this is a true story. I can't confirm. Obviously, he just tells stories, but
unbelievable job at
the way he's explaining broken nose lady.
You know who, right?
Yes, sir.
She has a broken nose. Asking, I'm like, come on, lady, you just got mugged.
He called me. He called me. Glenn Youngkin called, and he said, I have somebody who's really fantastic. And based on that recommendation, here you are. You've done a fantastic job. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department are back. They enjoy doing their job again. They feel the ability to go out and be law enforcement officers. They feel that they're connected to their communities again. They are making a difference. Thanks to you, Mr. President, and our federal task force, you are making D.C. safe once again. Thank you, sir.
It's going to get better and better. Well, it can't get much better. There's no crime. I read where crime's down 89%. I said, really? Who are the 11%? Okay, there's no crime. JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thanks, Mr. President. Thanks to the incredible team here. You know, I was want to echo something the president said, where you say there haven't been murders in a couple of weeks in D.C., and it doesn't sound good, but then you talk to local law enforcement, and I didn't realize that this town averaged one murder every other day for the last 20, 30 years, which means that in 2 short weeks, the president and the team have saved 6 or 7 lives, people who would have been killed on the streets of DC, who are now living, breathing, spending time with their families, because the president had the willpower to say, no more. We're not going to give the streets of DC over to vagrants and robbers and murderers. And the last point I want to make, sir, to your point about we want people to welcome us, to ask us, because look at Governor Pritzker in Illinois, or Governor Newsom in Los Angeles, or Governor Moore in Maryland. They are angrier about the fact that the President of the United States is offering to help them get their crime under control than they are about the fact that murderers are running roughshod over their cities and have been for decades. Why are Democrat governors angrier about federal law enforcement helping clean up their streets than they are about the fact that those streets need to be cleaned up to begin with?
It was a broken arm. Oh, so it
shows
was a true
real
story.
sickness in the head. And I agree with the President of the United States. I think most Democrats, rank and file, nobody likes crime. Republicans don't like crime. Democrats don't like crime. Independents don't like crime. Why are Democratic governors doing everything in their power to make crime easier to do in their cities? It doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. But, Mr. President, I appreciate you being willing to help, and I hope these governors take you up on the offer, because we should clean up all of America's streets. It's the right of every American to live in safety and comfort in their community.
And we've got the people to do it. They're signing up like they've never signed up before. Our military, as you know, during the campaign, nobody was signing up. We were way short of their goal, short of their. We
You're
were
not.
understaffed.
I'll explain it to you. Like I said, if you want to wait till he's finished,
we
can find out who's a little bitch or not. I wasn't talking about you.
We had an incompetent.
I'm down to talk about it in a nice way. Like, I'm not trying to be mean.
Never been there. The damage he done.
I actually need a commitment from some of you guys. Actually,
I mean, just what he has done. So much of our effort are getting murderers and jailbirds and people out of this country who are drug dealers at the highest level. So much of the energy of people that he let in, it was an unforced error. But I don't think they think it's an error. But I don't believe he believed it. It was the radical lunatics that surrounded this guy at this desk, who are brilliant people, but with the wrong philosophy. There were some brilliant people, but they're evil people, and they're going to be brought down. They have to be brought down because they really hurt our country. But we're getting it back very quickly. And I'll tell you something, our country's now it's stronger. I think we're more respected than we've been respected in 100 years. It's a whole different ballgame. JD, could I ask you,
yes, sir.
You gave a stat on murders here. What were the numbers? You said in a short period of time, how many people were murdered?
Local law enforcement told me, sir, that in the past 20 or 30 years, DC has averaged a murder every other day. That's, 200 murders a year, 150, 250, but about every other day a person has been killed on the streets of Washington, D.C. We've been doing this for 2 weeks. 0 people killed. That's real lives saved. That the media and frankly the entire Democratic Party should be saying, thank you for saving lives, instead of attacking the President of the United States for doing so.
You know, when a person, unfortunately, will probably happen at some point, when a person's murdered in D.C., it's going to be the biggest story maybe in history. Right?
Yes, sir.
Somebody was murdered in D.C. Trump is failing. No, we're not failing. We have a safe city. This is maybe the safest city in America right now. That's how good it is. And it would be nice to be appreciated. These people, eventually, they're going to have to be appreciated for what they're doing. And they're going to have to be appreciated.
The guy has 2 letters in his name, and you're mad at him for not being able to divide by 2?
Their place. Steve, please say a few words.
Thank you, sir. So just to, first of all, follow up on what the Vice President said. No police officer working in the city can remember a time in their lives when there has been no murders. You can work at the police department for 20 years, 30 years, your whole life. We've checked the records. No one can even find a record of being murder-free for as long as we've been murder-free under President Trump's leadership. Additionally, and the President spoke about this before, we've uncovered, in the process of uncovering, a massive scandal in Washington, D.C. with the doctoring of crime stats. And the Department of Justice, under the Attorney General, is leading the effort to uncover this. But when we ultimately share the results, it will stun you. The extent to which, even though D.C. had the worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was. There's even accusations that murders and homicides were reported as accidents instead of murders. I mean, this is how severe the manipulation of the crime data has been in this city, and it will all be uncovered and it will all be brought to light. You know, I've had a chance to spend some time, as has everyone here, with the police officers in the city. Members of the public are going up to them and thanking them, just overflowing with gratitude, because for the first time in their lives, they can use the parks, they can walk on the streets. You have people who can walk freely at night without having to worry about being robbed or mugged. They're wearing their watches again. They're wearing jewelry again. They're carrying purses again. People had changed their whole lives in this city for fear of being murdered, mugged, and carjacked. It is a literal statement that President Trump has freed 700,000 people in this city who were living under the rule of criminals and thugs. And the last thing I'll say is that under the efforts of Terry, to my left and many here, what they found also is that the street criminals here in Washington, D.C. were doing business directly with the transnational criminal cartels, the foreign terrorist organizations. So not only was the city being run by these criminal thugs, but they were working with some of the most dangerous terrorist organizations on the planet to traffic weapons and drugs into this city. And what we are uncovering every day is shocking to us, and we look forward to sharing all the results with you. But President Trump, your leadership has uncovered some of the great public safety scandals of our life, and now because of you, people are safe and free for the first time ever in this city.
Thank you very much, Steve. You know, in Los Angeles, Beverly Hills is, you know, a great place. I have a house there. I had a house there. I used to stay a lot of time, spend a lot of time there, and a great place. Do you know that I have friends, they leave their trunk open for their car because they don't want, they know they're going to be vandalized. They don't want the trunk ripped off in order for them to steal what's in the back.
I don't know if it's still true, but that it was like that in 2022.
Whatever they take, that they don't rip off the door. They leave the doors totally open.
You leave the doors and the windows down and take everything out of your car because they were going to break your window anyway. No, it's not a lie.
In the car that they're looking for.
That's like a true. I have lived through that myself personally. Even my sister. I laugh at my sister because she asks me for money to fix her window. She lives in San Francisco. And then I have to tell her, I'm like, that's what you get for being a liberal. So no, it's real, man.
All the cars
it's
are,
real.
So many cars, I've been told this by many people, stars, big people, they leave their doors open so the doors aren't destroyed by these criminals. All over Los Angeles, this is taking place. And
it's really San Fran.
You know that.
You're not supposed to leave anything in your car, and if you do, you're better off rolling your windows down with nothing in it, because even if there's nothing in it, they will break your window, and it's $500, $1,000.
Was of the 1,000.
I'm telling you, it's just ridiculous. It's stupid. So it's just smarter to let people rob you than to even let them try to go in there. That's why I tell my sister, I'm like, just roll your windows down, you idiot. Like, don't put stuff in your car. It's your fault for living there. That's all.
By getting those individuals,
it's sad because people get used to it. Like I didn't get political. I just took my shit out of my car. That's how you just live. Like I don't know how to describe it.
So by what
Tesla.
you're doing here is going to have a ripple effect in Miami, in Chicago, in other cities, because you're grabbing those networks and giving us information and targeting information to go and get more criminals across this country. So thank you for the work that you're doing. We have ICE and CBP, Federal Protective Services, Secret Service, HSI, all of our officers are working with all the other agencies every day here in DC, and they're so proud to have this kind of partnership. So they're so glad that you're letting them do their jobs again. And I don't know if
MP
you've
climbing
heard,
up
sir, but
too.
the recruitment campaign
And now
for
ARC. Someone
ICE,
said that was a
when we were
warning
going to
sign
hire
earlier, so I don't
10,000
know.
new officers. We've got
Tell
over
me.
130,000 people that have applied and raised their hands and said they want to work with ICE. So no matter what the fake news says or what the media says about ICE not having support, they've got incredible support from the American people. People want to join them and help them do what they're doing to make America safe again. So thank you for the
I was going to
opportunity.
say that our recruitment drive, it was dead. During the campaign, they couldn't get, every story was the Army can't fill up, the Marines, none of them could fill up. They were way behind. We couldn't get anybody to go into the military, couldn't get any police. We've just set records on everybody wants to be in, everybody wants to go in. And we're taking incredible people. I mean, the level of, because of the Supreme Court, it's based on merit. It's all based on merit now. It's not based on anything else. You got to, if you need strong people, you have to get strong people. It's all based on merit. But we're setting records in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the Coast Guard.
I love how he's still talking.
One of my favorites, because I happen to have created it, Space Force. We're very proud of Space Force. It's amazing what it's doing. We're leading in space now. China was killing us.
How is he going to
Russia
get to
was
this
beating
Korean
us.
meeting?
China was killing us.
It's supposed to be like
We are
30 minutes.
Leading in
For
space
like an hour.
by a lot because of Space Force. So we're very proud. But everybody wants to go in. We went from not, and you know how bad that is for the spirit when every story that you were writing a year ago was that nobody wants to go into the military anymore. And if you're in the military, you know how deflating that is? You go and be a family. Nobody wants a job that you have. Well, now it's the opposite. Everybody wants to be there. And that includes police and fire and everything else. You're doing a good job.
You're doing a good job.
just the presidents we're stopping.
He's like, thank you, Mr.
We've
President.
stopped 7 wars.
And the fucking hundreds
really
of
the
billions
number
of
is
dollars.
actually
Thank
10.
you.
We're not
Thank
including
you.
a couple, and we're not
I appreciate it.
including
I'm glad. I'm honored.
what we did with Iran.
We still haven't
stopping
got
their
$6 billion
nuclear
to
program.
house
They
the
would have had
veterans,
within
but we're honored.
A month or
Thank
two,
you.
they would have had a nice big nuclear weapon to use. That's not going to happen. That won't
That's what I'm
happen.
saying, bro. Like in the middle of all of this shit,
Well,
can
Mr.
we just
President,
get
thank you
$6
very
billion
much
for the
leadership.
vets?
And the Defense
Thank you.
Department is proud to be a part of this task force. Just like we have been down at the southwest border, where crossings are at 0. We've got national defense areas where we're working with Border Patrol to secure the southern border for the American people. Just like Los Angeles, where ICE officers deserve to do their
Yeah, you
job
guys
without
keep being
attacked.
like, this isn't
We're
normal.
really
Why do you
proud to be
think
a
I'm
part of
trying to get
defending
$6
the
billion
nation's
for the
task
vets
force and
before it
ensuring
ends?
it's safe and beautiful and working with law enforcement.
Why
and
you
President
think I'm like,
said,
okay, if
morale
we're
of
gonna
the
do
troops
things
is
not
their
normal,
time to
can
them.
we get $6
They love
billion?
this mission. They're grateful
I don't
for
have
doing
$6
it.
billion, you
Whether
guys.
the
I
DC
know a lot of
National
you like,
Guard,
Josh, why
other,
don't you do
state
it?
National
I
Guards,
do the best of my
and at your
ability,
direction as
sir,
well, sir.
but
It's just
I
common
don't
sense
have
to
$6
their
billion.
arm
That's
as
one
well.
submarine.
We're rolling our
One
troops. They're armed,
submarine, 4
capable
years of
defending
housing
themselves and others
at a
if need be,
premium.
supporting
We
law
could do it
enforcement,
cheaper,
and we're proud
probably.
to be there, sir.
Well, look at the mission you just accomplished with Iran. 36 hours back and forth, flawless. Every bomb hit its target. They went right down those chutes, dark at night. No
Hey, yo,
moon, no
push-up
nothing.
time, too. So while
Every
Trump is
target,
talking, I'd
every bomb
utilize
went
this
right
time to
down
stand
every
up, baby.
chute that
Happy
goes right
Monday.
down deep into the mountain.
Move your body.
And they shouldn't have put ventilation in, I can tell you, because we used that for our advantage. But what they did, and we had the pilots and even the people that took care of the planes, we had a whole group of people at the White House a couple of weeks ago. And you know, I didn't realize this, but they said, we've been looking at their predecessors, and then these were the pilots. They said, we gave them
He doesn't
beautiful
care about the
medals.
vets, just pretends
And,
to.
I'll show you the
Well,
medals.
let me just.
Gave them
Can
the
I tell you the
medals.
reality, bro? That's everybody.
See?
Why
Just
do you
like
think
that.
we need to
They
make
were so
some
happy.
noise?
They
Are you
were
gonna
loving
help
them
me,
for
or are
that.
you gonna
It was
just?
an
Are
incredible
you gonna
job.
get in the
we had
way?
52 tankers. People don't realize.
Because that's how everybody
so that
does.
they could refuel.
That's why my
We
plan
had many
is
fighter
4
jets,
years. We just need
F-22s,
somebody to start it and put the
F-35s,
burden
and
and
it
see
was
who
an
really
amazing
cares.
operation. It was
Again,
flawless.
if I had the resources, I
Compare
would.
that to the
right away.
operation when they went in with the
You have no
helicopters
idea.
crashing and
So yeah,
everyone running around the desert,
are you gonna help or
prisoners
not?
being taken.
It's everybody
And
does
Sidney
that.
Carter.
Everybody.
What
Everybody.
a horrible thing.
That's the point.
This was the exact opposite. This was the exact opposite of what they did in leaving a very, very nice place. The Taliban runs a tough operation in Afghanistan, and I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. That was Biden. I was leaving, and we would have left through strength, tremendous strength. We would have kept Bagram, which is the air base, one of the largest runways in the world, one of the most powerful. You could land anything on it, many, many feet thick. You don't build them that way anymore. You can't. But we left it, and now China's occupying that air base. This was the most incompetent administration in history, the Biden administration. And you're just lucky that they lost, because if they won, you wouldn't have a country anymore. And so, Pete, you started up by saying the Department of Defense. And somehow it didn't sound good to me. You know, it didn't sound good. Defense, what are we defense? Why are we defense? So it used to be called the Department of War. And it had a stronger sound. And as you know, we won World War I, we won World War II, we won everything. Now we have a Department of Defense. We're defenders. I don't know. If you people want to, standing behind me, if you take a little vote, if you want to change it back to what it was when we used to win wars all the time, that's
more
okay
than
with
not,
me.
but
all right?
I just
you let me know.
Like
if
I'm
you
saying,
want to
both
do it.
administrations, I've seen them spend so much money.
On behalf of the Department of Defense.
I don't know. I feel like $6 billion isn't out of reach.
Only.
It just doesn't.
We want defense.
It just doesn't seem like it's that hard.
That's okay.
With what I've seen them do with other stuff.
But you know, as Department of War, we won everything. We won everything. And I think we're going to have to go back to that. In the meantime, I've stopped all of these wars. I've stopped them. A big one would have been India and Pakistan. But we stopped them all. We stopped 3 wars. Go to Africa. They like to say, oh, you know, let me tell you, I love black people. And I did great with the vote with the black people.
Wait, what did
you
say?
He's a racist. He's a racist. I said, really? For 35
I'm about
years
to go to the
of
bathroom,
between
man. I
Rwanda
love black
and the
people.
Republic of the Congo.
I don't know if you
It was a
guys
vicious
knew,
war.
but I
9
do.
million people were killed with machetes, largely.
Oh yeah,
Hatchets,
okay, I'm gonna go pee
machetes.
real quick.
That went on
Trump
for
loves
30,
black people.
More than 30
You
years,
guys
for
didn't
34,
know.
35 years.
No, he doesn't, Josh! Okay,
calm.
I'm just quoting him, dude. I'm just quoting. Let me go to the bathroom.
We have the foreign ministers, it's all signed, the war stopped. But I got it stopped and saved a lot of lives. The Congo, it's deepest, darkest Africa. I got that war stopped. Nobody else could have done that. We did a lot of jobs. We did a lot of wars were stopped that nobody thought would even be possible. And I'll tell you what, the war with India and Pakistan, that was the next level. That was going to be a nuclear war. They already shot down 7 jets. That was raging. And I said, you guys want to do trade? We're not doing any trade. We're not doing anything with you if you keep fighting. You got 24 hours to settle it. They said, well, there's no more war going. And I used that on numerous occasions. Trade, I used I used whatever you had to use. But we got 7 of them stopped. And the one I thought would be easiest, frankly, was going to be Russia and Ukraine. But that turns out to be some big personality conflicts. It's one of those things. But we're going to get that stopped eventually. We're going to get that stopped too. 7,000 soldiers died last week. Think of that, 7,000. I usually say 5,000, but 7,221 soldiers died last week in the fight between Ukraine and Russia. And they're not our soldiers, but they're souls. They're living souls, and they leave their homes, and they wave to their parents, and their parents are so proud as they leave in a beautiful uniform, and a week later they get their head blown off by a drone. New form of military. It's a whole new form of fighting. So I would just like to thank the people that are behind me. Thank you very much. You've done a fantastic job. I appreciate it very much. We're doing a real job, and I'm so proud of DC. I passed it 2 days ago, and all the garbage is off the streets. It's terrible. I came in a month and a half ago. I'm driving down, and I see garbage all over the place. The streets were a pigsty, like I won't use the city's names, but you know what I'm talking about. There are plenty of them outside of this country and inside of this country. Baltimore is a horrible, horrible deathbed. It's a deathbed. I know Governor Moore said, oh, he wants to take a walk with me. He meant it in a derogatory tone. I said, no, I'm the President of the United States. Clean up your crime and I'll walk with you. But it's tremendous crime. But he was trying to be derogatory. He doesn't have what it takes. But he's trying to be derogatory. And I met him at the Army-Navy game. They said, "Oh, there's Governor Moore. He'd love to see you." He came over to me, he hugged me, shook my hand. You were there. He said, "Sir, you're the greatest president of my lifetime." I said, "Well, it's really nice that you say that. I'd love you to say it publicly, but I don't think you can do that, so it's okay. But no, sir, you're doing a fantastic job. I want to just shake your hand. Thank you very much, Governor." That was it. And then every time I see him on television, he's knocking the hell out of me. So, but that's all right. That's called politics. But Governor Moore's he's doing a bad job.
Yeah,
Newsom's
comments.
doing a bad
Look
job.
at oil.
All of their potential
The Russia
candidates
ones.
are doing a bad job. I can't imagine.
Yeah, oil's
Pritzker being
oil's not
even
good,
a
you guys. I'm
candidate, but
telling you,
somebody
with
said
where
he
it's
is,
at,
he can't do the work.
it got
can't do the
lifted
job.
pretty big.
He's not temperamentally suited.
Let's check the futures.
So I just want to thank you all for being here. Do you have some questions?
Yeah, we're just getting the questions.
Secretary of Defense can weigh into, is the Pentagon preparing for military deployment to Chicago? And with what you said there, are you waiting for the governor
We're ready
there?
to go anywhere. We have a full
We're ready to go
complement of
anywhere, guys.
great human beings.
I agree.
We're full. You know, our military
ready to
is
go
full.
anywhere.
We were
Bonds
way
just look
empty,
just like the SPY.
1 year
Again,
ago.
oil
Now
off
we're
the Russia
full.
comments are
so
running
we can
up.
go anywhere on
Big
less than
personality
24
conflicts
hours
with Russia.
notice. And we're doing a lot to interdict to stop drugs from coming in too. We have ships out on sea. You know, we have nobody coming through our border anymore. Nobody. Doesn't that feel good to know that you don't have prisoners coming in and, you know, killers, murderers? We had 11,888 murderers come in, led in by the Biden administration. Many of them
UNH
have
starting
been
to
captured.
slip a little bit. Again,
we still
all
have
the oil names and energy
couple
are
of thousand
running.
that are out there.
And then
Some
healthcare
of
is already
them,
weak, but you
50%
got
of them
UNH
killed more than
slipping.
one person. Okay, but a lot of them have been captured. What they've done to our country, these people that circle this moron that we had behind this desk, what they've done to our country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. I mean, if you think so much of our time is devoted to correcting a problem that all they had to do is say, close the borders. Remember when he said, well, I have no power to close the border. I have to go back and get an act from Congress. I didn't get an act from Congress. I came in, I said, close the borders. And Tom Homan, who's not here, has been fantastic, Christy, right?
Yes.
Tom Homan is great. He's a fantastic man and respected by everybody. But I said, Tom, close the borders. Christy, close the borders. The borders were closed. We didn't go to Congress and get permission. We just closed the borders. And in the last 3 months, hard to believe this one too, in the last 3 months, we've had 0 people come into our country illegally through the southern border. Nobody would have said that's possible. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, MS-13 gangbanger and human trafficker Kilmar Abrego Garcia turned himself into ICE in Baltimore. Do you have any comment on this? And why are the Democrats so emotionally attached to this man who beats his wife and is part of a terrorist organization?
Because they think
Bro, I
he's gonna be
swear
good
I've
for
just
votes,
heard some
and
of
I
the
think he's
craziest
very bad for
one-liners
votes.
today.
These people are deranged.
And then this
He's
man
not
who
good
beats
for
his
votes.
wife.
He beat the hell out of his wife. His wife is afraid to even talk about him. She's been mauled by this animal. And, you know, through a system of liberal courts, you know, he's doing things. But
Tesla.
no, we have that under control. And Pam is
USGS proposes
got that very much
including
under control. Do you
copper
wanna comment on that?
amongst the minerals.
We've got him under control. He will no longer terrorize our country.
Check
He's
copper
currently
again.
charging
Maybe
human
FCX.
smuggling,
That, like I was telling you guys, the
children.
rare earth.
The guy
Yeah, that's why
needs to be
FCX
in
is going up
prison.
like that.
He doesn't need to be.
I'd keep eyes on
the
that.
streets like all these liberals want him to be.
Oh, yeah,
And
let
as
me
part
see
of this
something.
operation here in DC, we've also taken off MS-13 members. We've taken, I think just last night, we got a TDA guy off our streets right here, right around from where we all work. Another TDA member gone because of this project. So we're going to keep America safe from all of these foreign terrorist organizations, including Abrego Garcia.
Okay.
Mr.
If we could get your reaction, sir. The Israelis bombed a hospital in Gaza that killed 20 people, including 5 journalists.
When did this happen?
This happened overnight, today.
I didn't know that.
Any reaction to this? Are you
Well,
going
I'm
to
not
talk
happy
to Prime
about it.
Minister?
I don't want to see it. At the same time, we have to end that whole nightmare. I'm the one that got the hostages out. I got them out, all of them. Steve Witkoff has been amazing. He's done a great job. But I'm the one that got them all out through my people and through me. And
yeah,
now
MP,
we're
all of them,
left with
FCX.
probably a
Remember,
little
that's
bit less
kind of
than
what
20,
started
'cause I think
everything on
one or
Friday,
two are gone.
or whenever last week when we had
And
the
I said a long time ago, I'm
Cobalt.
going to get them out, but when we get
So
down
like I
to
was
that
saying,
final
we're
10 or
expecting
20,
that cycle.
these
We
people
already
aren't
have
going to
the
release
plays,
them because
so.
they're dead after they're
But yeah,
released.
eyes up.
So it's a nasty situation, very nasty, horrible thing.
Mr.
Yes.
President, could you please elaborate on your post on South Korea? What were you referring to?
Well, I heard that there were raids on churches over the last few days, very vicious raids on churches by the new government in South Korea, that they even went into our military base and got information. They probably shouldn't have done that, but I heard bad things. I don't know if it's true or not. I'll be finding out. As you know, your new president's coming in just a couple of hours, coming here. I look forward to meeting him. But we won't stand for that. We just won't stand.
We won't stand for
So
that.
are you prepared to order National Guard troops, though, into American cities if those governors don't request the federal deployment?
I am, but I also think that, look, Chicago, everybody knows how bad it is. Everybody standing there knows. We know. You don't have to be doing any studies. They should be saying, please.
Yeah, they
come in.
said potash, check
Christie
MOS
should
in
be
any of the
saying that.
fertilizers.
You know, I did a favor for Christie.
That's big.
For Christie.
Oh,
Whitmer.
damn. Remember I said to watch
Whitmer.
those other ones last week.
A good.
I don't know if
a
those,
good
let
favor,
me see if
I
those,
think,
I had one on the list.
with
I didn't
fish,
take
the
it,
carp.
but I don't know.
China carp. Did you ever hear of it?
I need to see
China
if
carp.
that,
And
oh,
it's,
because I had a
taken
sweet
over
spot
your
play on
Great
one of
Lakes,
those
you know,
around, that was like 2 weeks ago though, it might have been dead.
And
I have to reprice
she
it.
came and she wanted to.
But that already
as
moved a
possible
lot.
for us
You have to
do
wait till
something
it comes down,
about it.
or
So,
see if there's another one that hasn't moved.
I think it's appropriate that the person
BTU,
from Illinois, the
metallurgical
governor
coal.
from Illinois asks
Yeah, so
also.
you're
It's
getting
a
all this
tremendously
USGS
expensive
stuff.
Project, actually.
They're
It's,
all kind of popping. We already saw it in the morning. Remember we were talking about it.
We can do it with GSA and various people, but we can do it. We're gonna just have to see what happens. Okay, we're gonna have to see what happens. But
you believe that you have the legal
but
authority
the
to order
governor
those
of
troops?
Michigan came, was very respectful, asked for it. She's done a good job. I did that. I opened the Air Force Base, kept it open for F-35s and various planes,
Yeah,
F-22s.
UNH. If dollar breaks out, we're gonna move. Like I've
I
been
did
saying
that for the
one
state
too.
of Michigan at her
alongside the rare earth stuff.
And,
So yeah.
and also at our congressman.
Today's
we
just
have
slow to
congressmen
start,
who are
but some of the stuff we have our eyes on starting to
up
move.
there.
No rotation.
But some of this
Trump
stuff,
hasn't
like
said
the
anything.
lakes,
Remember,
the Great Lakes.
he actually
This is a
should be
big
talking
problem
about India.
Nobody ever talks about.
That we
Most of
haven't
you
heard, and
probably
then the
never
oil
heard. We
moving
have
up
a
on the
very
comments.
Pretty
so.
violent fish that comes from China.
Violent fish.
China carp, Chinese carp, and you see them jumping out. They jump
Chinese
into boats
carp?
and
What's
they
swim?
jump all over the place. They've got a lot of energy.
Is this what he's talking
And,
about? Swim?
There's a way of getting.
I don't know
rid
what
of
this
them.
is.
It's
That
very
just popped up
expensive.
2% after
And-
he talked Chinese fish.
I didn't get a request from the governor of Illinois.
And
is
dollars
affected
kind of
maybe more than
rocketing a little bit
anybody else,
more.
right? And I think until I get that request from that guy, I'm not going to do anything about it. And I feel the same way about crime. We go in, we will solve Chicago within 1 week, maybe less, but within 1 week, we will have no crime in Chicago, just like we have no crime in D.C. But, I don't like to go in and do it and then have somebody stand up and say what a great job he's doing on crime. And we don't want the military in our state. We don't want the military. Do you understand? Do you understand that?
Yeah, these governors.
Do you guys understand that?
In this meeting, I think, I feel like.
He said, we don't want
We
this.
go in and
Do
we
not
do
get
like
it.
Here. To a lesser extent with the mayor, she hasn't been terrible, but she hasn't been, exactly saying, oh, great. She did say last night, I heard her say that, well, we really don't want the military in D.C. Well, that's, not very nice, I guess. That's a little bit of a hit. But she's not as bad as some. We saved Los Angeles, and all we did is get criticized by this idiot that's running the state into the ground, right, where people are leaving. He should be thanking us, and he should be requesting us to be there. And the governor of Illinois should be. Chicago's a disaster. And the governor of Illinois should say, President, would you do us the honor of cleaning up our city? We need help. They need help. They need help.
So are you
But
waiting
without
for
that request, do you think you have the
We
authority?
may wait. We may or may not. We may just go in and do it, which is probably what we should do. The problem is, it's not nice when you go in and do it and somebody else is standing there saying, as we give great results, say, we don't want the military. They need help badly. Chicago desperately needs help. Just look at the crime statistics. Look at the statistics that JD said about, even I didn't know it was that bad. That's terrible. But all I know is we're being celebrated because we went an entire week. Now it's 11 days. We went an entire week without a murder. And I said, boy, that sounds terrible.
Swim is a pool company?
I didn't know how to actually made a speech.
No Chinese
I didn't know
fish?
how to say it because it's a great number. It's a great thing. But it sounds so bad. I mean, supposing you're from a foreign country, which is properly run, and they don't have murders and things, right, so much, or in some cases virtually at all. And you have somebody saying, I'm proud to announce that nobody was murdered in the capital of the United States this week. It sounds terrible, but...
Mr. President, Gavin Newsom, you mentioned Gavin Newsom on crime.
Gavin Newsom, yes.
Is there a federal mechanism you're hoping to use to fight back against his redistricting constitutional amendment, or is that...
Well, I think I'm going to be filing a lawsuit pretty soon, and I think we're going to be very successful in it. We're going to be filing it through the Department of Justice. That's going to happen. And we're also going to be filing a lawsuit on blue slipping. You know, blue slips make it impossible for me as president to appoint a judge or a U.S. attorney because they have a gentleman's agreement. It's nothing memorialized. It's a gentleman's agreement that's about 100 years old, where if you have a president like a Republican and if you have a Democrat senator, that senator can stop you from appointing a judge or a U.S. attorney. In particular, those are the two, I guess anything, but those are the two that are very important. So we have numerous states where we have unbelievable people. Now, Jay Clayton was just approved in the Southern District, but he was so good. He was a top student, top schools, top everything, went to Sullivan and Cromwell, became the head of Sullivan and Cromwell, came down here, was Securities and Exchange Commission, ran it for 4 years during my term, like impeccably, beautiful job. He did an incredible job. And we went to court, and the judges, Democrat judges, voted that he could. That's the only way you get by it. But generally speaking, you can't do that because you'll have judges from the other party. So Jay Clayton just got approved, and he's in, but he didn't get approved by the senators. He got approved by the court system in New York, which was a great thing. And I had a big victory in New York, I might add. I saved myself $500 million with a fake, corrupt attorney general, a really corrupt person with a corrupt judge who was disgraceful, and they're being mauled right now by everybody. It's so corrupt, and it kept business out of New York. Stuff like that. But the appellate division vacated all of that stuff that you read about, and we're going to do a big number on that whole thing. You can't have a corrupt court system. You can't have that. You have to have borders, and you have to have a free press. Otherwise, you don't have a country. But you'll be hearing about the blue slipping, because if you have not, you don't need two senators. You just need one Democrat senator with a Republican. The only person that I can get approved are Democrats, or maybe weak Republicans, but we don't want that. But the only person I will be able to get approved in any of those states where you have a Democrat I can't get a U.S. attorney. I can only get a Democrat U.S. attorney. And this is based on an old custom. It's not based on law, and I think it's unconstitutional, and I'll probably be filing a suit on that pretty soon. Yeah, please.
During the campaign, you called Kamala Harris a communist, but the Biden-Harris administration, they never called for nationalizing a private company.
They just gave them money
proposing with Intel.
That they blew.
What do you say to some who say this is a bit hypocritical, and is this the new way of doing industrial policy?
Yeah, sure it is. I want to try and get as much as I can. If people come in and they need something, as an example, as a real estate person, if I have an agreement and I have any form of a stopgap where I can stop somebody from doing something, right? I have a covenant and an agreement, and they come to me and they say, would like to do something, but you have us restricted. If I do that, they usually have to pay. Now, in the case of Intel, it was interesting, but I hope I'm going to have many more cases like it. Intel came in. I met with the gentleman. I had a lot of respect for him. He came in under a little bit of a cloud. I liked his story. I thought he was good. I think he really means to do a good job with Intel. I said, I'd like to ask whether or not you'd give the United, you know, because a lot of people said I invested in Intel. I didn't invest, but I invest my heart in it and my soul because I want the country to be strong. But I said, I'd like you to give 10% of Intel to the United States of America. Not to me, to the United States of America. And I said, if you have them as a partner, you have the United States as a partner, I think that would be a very good thing for Intel. And he thought about it, a little bit different, and he said, I like that idea very much. We have a deal. And I just made $10 billion or $11 billion for the United States of America. And yeah, there will be other cases. If I have that opportunity again, I would do that. And then, you know, you do have stupid people say, oh, that's a shame. It's not a shame. It's called business. If somebody's willing to give you 10% of a company and you're not paying for it, and I will tell you, with a company like Intel, as you know, it's had difficulty. I want them to do well. I want them to do well anyway, but I want them to do well in particular now.
But isn't public ownership of a private company a new way of doing business in the business of the United States? Isn't that what you were sort of rejecting?
So are tariffs. So, as you know, the stock market went up almost 1,000 points on Friday.
He's not answering
and
the
it went
socialism
up not
shit.
because of this very, I think, terrible. Hello, who's that? Who is that back there? All right, get out of the room. It went up because of something
That's you getting banned.
Much different. It went up because it was announced. CBO announced the numbers, and as you know, they gave no credit to tariffs. They said they made a mistake, that the trade deficit will be reduced because of Trump's tariffs, will be reduced by $4 trillion, right? Is that what they said, right? They said $4 trillion, and the market went up like a rocket ship because the tariffs are good. Well, tariffs aren't that usual. If the 7 wars I stopped, 4 of them were because of the fact that I had tariffs in trade.
UAO? That thing's
and
at
I was
102?
able to say, well, if you do this, if you go fight
airlines
and you
just
want
launched.
to kill everybody,
That's really weird
okay.
with oil.
But
It's
I'm
not
going to
loaded.
charge you
30
each
cent pop on airlines.
100% tariff when
Just
you trade with
UAO.
us. You know what? They all gave up. I stopped 7 wars. Numerous
Gold
of them
is
was
going
because
too.
of tariffs. So, you know, you never knew the word tariff. It didn't exist really, essentially, in this country until actually in the 1870s up till 1913 it existed. And we were the richest country. We were richer then, proportionately, than at any time in the history of our country. And then, stupidly, in 1913, they said, let's go to the income tax way of life. Let the people pay instead of foreign countries. No. We're taking in trillions of dollars in tariffs, and we're stopping wars because of tariffs. So that's not so normal either. But you know what? Other countries did it to us, and now we're doing it to other countries.
You rolled out boots on the ground in Ukraine, but how would air support as part of a security guarantee be any different? Those U.S.
Well, you
airmen...
really went from one question to the next. You go from one. I expected he'd at least challenge me a little bit. Now we're talking about boots on the ground.
But U.S. air assets over the skies of Ukraine as part of a security guarantee, wouldn't those U.S. airmen also be
Well,
in
you
danger?
don't know what security guarantee is because we haven't even discussed the specifics of it, and we'll see. Number one, Europe is going to give them significant security guarantees, and they should because they're right there. But we'll be involved from the standpoint of backup. We're going to help them. And I think if we get a deal, and I think we will, but if we get a deal, they're not going to, I don't believe you're going to have much of a problem. But we'll back it up because I want to stop seeing people being killed. You know, when Biden was here, he gave $350 billion. You know this from covering business. $350 billion to Ukraine. I said that Zelensky's the greatest salesman I think I've ever met, better than P.T. Barnum, because he'd come to the country, he'd walk out with $50 billion every time. He actually came here once, he walked out with $100 billion. We're up to $350 billion. I got $1 trillion worth of rare earth that we have from the country because I felt badly for our taxpayer, but I did something else at the NATO meeting. They are wealthy countries, but they weren't paying, and we don't pay any money to Ukraine anymore. Do you know that? In fact, it's the opposite. They request through NATO, we deal with NATO, we don't deal really with Ukraine. NATO requests missiles, they want Patriots, they want missiles. We give the missiles to NATO. NATO pays us in full and does what they want. I mean, I think they give them mostly they can do other things with them too, because we're dealing with NATO. We pay no money to Ukraine. We gave $350 billion to Ukraine. You know, if we didn't give that kind of money, and I was the one that gave the javelins, if you remember. I gave the javelins, they were very effective. They say Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. They were very effective with those tanks right at the beginning. But you would have never had a war if I were president. You would have never had a war. Just to finish, we spend no money on Ukraine anymore. We were getting fleeced by a president that didn't know what he was doing. To be honest, I don't blame Ukraine. I mean, if they come and ask for $100 billion, then they get it. But we were in for $350 billion. Now, we make money. I don't want to make money on Ukraine. I want the war to end because I want to save all those lives. I want to just save. But just so you understand, we're no longer losing money on that thing. We were losing money hand over fist. And now we don't lose any money. Now we sell weapons to NATO. Because NATO agreed, because of me, to go to 5%. They had 2% and didn't pay. Now they have 5% and they're all paid up. So they have trillions of dollars and they give us that money. But I really want the war to end, and we're going to get it ended.
Mr. President, since the historic summit here with Ukrainian President Zelensky and European leaders all met here with you at the White House, you said you wanted to get this done bilateral as soon as possible. Have you spoken to Putin since last Monday?
Yeah, I have.
What is your conversation? Or can you share?
Every conversation I have with him is a good conversation, and then unfortunately a bomb is loaded up into Kiev or someplace, and then I get very angry about it. I think we're going to get the war done. It's tough. I thought that would be, of the 7 that I settled, I thought that would be the easiest of the group. See, you never know what's going to happen. You know, war, strange things happen in war. The fact that he went to Alaska, our country, I think was a big statement that he wants to get it done. That was not easy for him to go to Alaska, you know, for him to come here. But the fact that he showed up on a very successful day, it was a very successful day for other things. Because, you know, we're also talking about missiles, nuclear. We're talking about a lot of different things. We're talking about limiting nuclear weapons. We'll get China
watch
into
defense
that.
and then watch
we have
oil
the
again.
most.
See,
Russia
it sounds better than the
most,
first time.
And China has third.
The first comments
China
were negative.
Is way
Oil
behind,
went crazy.
but they'll catch us in 5 years.
So see, and then work down the high.
We would like to denuclearize. It's too much power, and we talked about that also. That's part of it. But we have to get the war over with.
Thank you. On Baltimore, you said that you are going to have to reconsider bridge funding. Is that contingent on Westmore cleaning up the streets?
No, we were very generous to him on a bridge. You know, a boat ran into a bridge and the bridge came down like I've never seen anything. The boat was it just shows you the mass of that boat, the power of that boat. You know, people were up on that bridge, painters. They were painting the bridge and they were watching it happen.
This has been
and they
going
thought
on
they
for
were
a
very
minute.
safe. They all died.
At least an
They
hour.
were painting the bridge, can you imagine? And they watched the boat. The engines were off, and they watched the boat. And the power of that boat, the mass of that boat, went right through that steel just like it was nothing. It's amazing. It's called mass. Mass is a big deal. But the mass of that boat, those people all died. But they thought they were totally safe. They were eating their lunch. They were, you know, whatever. They were watching it. They could have gotten off. Somebody did a very good job. A police officer called in and said, close the bridge, and he did it with power. Get everybody off the bridge, close. That guy should get a medal because he stopped the bridge. A lot of people would have died, a lot more people would have died. The ones that died were the workers on the bridge. And they thought there was no danger because, you know, it's a big steel bridge. And it came down like toothpicks. It was incredible to watch that. It was just, and they died, they all died. But that police officer, again, the police do a great job. The police officer did an amazing job. And I heard the tapes. He would say, get everybody off. Most people wouldn't have said that. You know, when you see a thing like that, you assume it's going to, you know, tap the bridge and it's going to be rebuffed. The thing just came down. I've never seen anything like it. So he did a good job. In fact, I think we should get him in for a medal. The man that gave the warning, I listened to him. Everybody get off screaming. Everybody off. He had the sense to realize that this could be a catastrophe as opposed to ship that because the engines weren't working. It was just floating. It's an amazing thing that a thing floating like that with no power just knocked it right down like it was nothing.
So are you
Let's do that. Let's give him a medal. I've been thinking about it.
Mr. President, do you plan to investigate Chris Christie?
Say it what?
Do you plan to investigate Chris Christie?
Look, Chris is a slob. Everybody knows it. I know Chris better than anybody in the room. I always felt he was guilty. But what he did is he took the George Washington Bridge, which is very serious. He closed down the George Washington Bridge. And you had medical people, you had ambulances caught up. This thing was closed down. And obviously he knew about it. But he blamed the young lady that worked for him and another person, and they got into a lot of trouble. She ultimately was, I don't know, exonerated, but she got out of it a little bit. But she went through hell. She was a young mother, nice person. I knew her a little bit. And another man went to jail, and Chris got off. And so when I listen to Chris speak his hate, I say, oh, what about the George Washington Bridge? Tell me about the George Washington Bridge. He blamed other people, but he knew all about it. So no, I don't know if they want to look at it. It's not for me. If they want to look at it, they can. You could ask Pam. I think we have other things to do, but I always thought he got away with murder.
Mr. President, do you plan to make an endorsement in the Texas Senate race between Ken Paxton and John Cornyn?
Well, I'll make up my mind. I like them both. The worst situation I have is when I have two people that I get along with well. I hate it. And they all want the endorsement. I'm almost 100% of the people I endorse win. It's a great honor. And I got, as you know, I got the largest vote in the history of Texas by far. Nobody's ever gotten more votes in the last election. I think in all the elections, the 3 elections, but they like me in Texas. So people are waiting for me, but I'd rather not comment on it right now. I like both guys. They're both friends of mine, and they're both good and very different.
There's some talk among congressional Republicans about another reconciliation bill. Where do you fall on that, and what would you like to prioritize?
Well, I don't want to do cutting. I want to save all the different things. I'm going to cut things that are unnecessary, but the one thing I said, and I gave my word, we're not going to hurt anybody on Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security. And in fact, we're doing great on Social Security. We found 300,000 illegals on Social Security. We got them out. And things like that make Social Security very, very strong. So no, I am very big into certain things, and one of those 3, you could say 3 of those things are Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. We're going to protect it. And so we'll see how everything works out. If we're talking about,
I don't know, what is this? Is a Reuters thing? Healthcare entrepreneur Ron Schwanzinger threatens an adversarial path for OraSure Technologies after company rebuffs takeover letter.
Favored nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,400–1,500%.
Pay attention to this too. He's talking biotech. This ties in. This finally ties into India.
$10 costs $150
in the UK.
Here. Because of the bad press. And I was all set to do it, and then we had the COVID come up, and I had to focus on that because we had the greatest economy in history my first term. I will tell you that we are going to be doing numbers on the cost of drugs in this country that I'm not talking about a 20% decrease, which would be great. I'm talking about 1,000% decrease. We're talking about where a product would sell for $80 in Germany and $1,300 here. We're not going to do that. We were subsidizing the entire world, and we're not doing it anymore. I informed the drug companies, I informed the world. And if the world wants to, if countries in the world don't want to go along, then I'm going to put tariffs on those countries, and we'll make more money. But they have to go along with it. So this is moving along rapidly. Dr. Oz is in charge, Bobby's group, and they're doing very well. And we're getting great cooperation from the drug, because the drug companies know it's unfair. For years they'd say, well, we had to do research, and we had to do. I said, I don't care. You had to do research for these other countries also. They are ready to go, and I'm ready to go. And if I pull that off, there's no way a Republican will lose an election. There's no way. All right, one more question. Steve. Steve.
Back to Ukraine.
Watch this guy. He's the nicest guy I know, and he asks the most vicious questions.
Why do you think President Putin is so reluctant to meet with President Zelensky?
Because he doesn't like him. He doesn't like him. They don't like. I have people I don't like. I don't like to meet with them. Sometimes I do like to meet with people I don't like.
So how do you get them together?
They don't like each other, really. And if we had a real president instead of a guy that got in there with a fraudulent election, if we had a real president, that war would have never happened. Putin actually said, if Trump were president, it wouldn't have happened. Happened for a lot of reasons. Happened because of Afghanistan. When he saw how incompetent Milley was and all these guys were, I think he said, wow, this might be it. Because it was the apple of his eye. It would have never happened if I were president.
Mr. President, you have built a relationship with Russian leaders and also North Korean leaders. As they are getting closer, how would that affect your diplomatic approach?
Well, I have very good relationships with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. I mean, a lot of people would say, oh, that's terrible. No, it's good. In fact, someday I'll see him. I look forward to seeing him. He was very good with me. We had 2 meetings. We had 2 summits. We got along great. I know him better than you do. I know him better than anybody, almost, other than his sister. His sister knows him pretty well. Now, I know him well, and I got along with him. You know, I'm not supposed to say I really like him a lot, because if I do that, I get killed in the fake news media. But I got along with him very well, and we had no problem. If at the time Hillary Clinton won the election, you would have had a nuclear war. You would have had a nuclear war. We're not going to have a nuclear war. Once that happens, it's over. We're not going to have a nuclear war. No, but Kim Jong-un will meet at some point. I look forward to it, actually. But do you notice that since I came into office, you haven't had a problem with him? Hasn't been, you know, he tests lots of rockets. He does have great capability, I will say that. But I think a lot of good things are happening for our country, a lot of really good things. And the thing we're here today to talk about is crime, and specifically in DC. I am so proud of what these people, every one of them, what they've done in DC, because to literally stop crime on a button. I'd walk down that street right now. If I were, friends of mine are going out to dinner now. They haven't gone out to dinner in 4 years. They were afraid, they were petrified. Half the restaurants
think Trump is
closed
just flexing now.
because nobody could go.
We were all
because they're
talking
afraid to
shit
go
about his
outside.
hand.
Now those restaurants are
I'm
opening.
tired
New
now,
restaurants
bro.
are opening
How the
up.
fuck
It's like
is
a
he still,
boom town.
like-
It's a great thing to
Bro.
see, and I'm very proud of the
If
people
I
behind
have to
me.
go poop,
Thank you
I
very
can't.
much,
Thank
everybody.
you. Oh my bro, how is he still talking right now, bro? At this point, you're just fucking with us, bro. I feel bad for the people standing behind him. All right. Well, there it is. He said a couple of headlines. Again, I was kind of calling it out there. You did just hear about the pharma stuff. He didn't mention India. He was very vague on India, but we have that on the calendar today. He talked Russia and all of that stuff. He brought up one more thing, and then he did bring up crime. He brought up the intel thing. He dodged some of those other questions. But yeah, I mean, we were just talking about his health thing, and he was being weird with his hands, but he just, I mean, bro, that was a long time. Good morning. Good morning. So other than that, Chatadonia, it's 9 o'clock. I hope you did a little bit of push-ups and all that. Tech is doing good. That's been the theme all day. I mean, even those comments, everything, healthcare is even coming into the low. You're not like last week. You're not getting that, you're not getting the rotation. So we are waiting for a couple of things. You did get a little bit of data, but essentially this week is going to be all about NVIDIA, and then whatever with the trade deals. You're going to hear Trump again by the end of the day. You're going to hear from South Korea. And then, oh yeah, the fertilizer stuff. That was the other stuff, but that was even separate. That was the USGS while Trump was talking. I do think oil is important. Eli Lilly on the low. You know, Eli Lilly's getting clapped. That could be some of the biotech comments there. So yeah, that was a long one. That was a good one, but that was long. And then he signed a couple of the executive orders on crime, the flag, and all that. So do you guys still want to have that talk or not? Because I will. I need something from some of y'all. Because like Intel, the Trump, and you know, some of the what's it called? The military news and the crimes and punishment for burning a flag and all that, right? Yeah, some of this stuff is extreme. And I hear some of you talking about it, and you guys are even like, yeah, authoritarianism, and then, oh my gosh, and it's turning into this. And I don't necessarily disagree with you guys. My problem is, again, I don't think Trump was the initiator of all of this. That's why I was asking where you guys were the last couple of years. So what I'm asking you now is that if you guys are going to keep insisting on the fear-mongering with Donald and the authoritarianism and all of it in a way, I ask that your commitment moving forward, that you apply that to everybody moving forward. Do you understand? And I hope that whether we have a Republican or a Democrat in the next few years moving forward, I hope then that you keep this attitude. But the sad part is I just don't trust a lot of you. And I don't think you will. Because the last time I thought people would, they did not. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. And I thought that they would, be willing to hold their stance and defend right and, stand up against wrong because they felt a certain way. But when push came to shove, it didn't happen. So I hope you guys do. And that's what I'm saying. It's like you can feel a certain way about Trump, and I see where you guys are coming from, but I don't see it as I felt the same exact way under Biden, and I was vocal about it, and I, to the best of my abilities, without getting punished, and we still got punished for it. But all I'm saying is I hope that in the future you're like, if you really are worried and you're even spreading it in my chat room and talking to people and trying to, like, it sounds scary and you guys make it sound like, because I'm not afraid of it, but the way you guys make it sound, and I'm like, listen, I think you guys are speaking, there's a element of truth in there, but at the same time, I hope that, and I hope you could promise to everybody here that you guys will be committed to that in the future, and that no matter what happens, that it doesn't matter if it's Trump or anybody, if anybody's authoritarian, I hope you will stand up for it. I hope you will stand up for freedom and the right thing regardless of who the president is. And if you're willing to do that, I would love to accept your comments. But if you are going to fearmonger and then ignore some of the other stuff, and then if somebody else that you agree with does the same thing but you don't say anything, I cannot agree with that at all. At all. No, just like, and I hope I've given you guys a good example, because this year, anytime I supported Donald Trump very vocally, and I'm glad that I did. I still don't regret any of it, but I do disagree with things. And the moment it was, I've told you, I made a video. So, I not only did I, stand up and want Trump in the beginning, and I talked about it, I communicated my position, I stood there with whatever it was. Even the follow-up afterwards, like I did tell you guys, I'm like, hey, I don't like the BBB. I don't like what they're doing with gambling. I don't like what I'm seeing with them selling out here and there. Some of this stuff, like I even told you with Intel, I understand the communist concern. I'm a greedy bastard. I'm gonna make some money off of it. But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, depending on how this goes, it does raise concerns. But also, I did talk about the CHIPS Act in the beginning and being aware of some of the other stuff during Biden. So this whole time, I have called out the things I don't agree with. And just because I like the person or supported them, that doesn't change right or wrong if it's objective. So I hope we could all stand with that. And that's where, as we move forward, and if you guys want to talk on these comments, I'll accept it. But like I'm saying, I'm expecting you to uphold a certain standard that will not shift, and no matter who the person is. And if that's but again, I don't trust people, because I did that in 2019, 2020. As we shifted to Biden, I thought people would act like that and understood, but they didn't. And like I'm saying, and then it ended up there was a lot of social pressure and people acted a certain way. So I hope that we can just have a fair standard and uphold it. And if not, maybe just don't talk about it here. Pretty easy, don't become a hypocrite because it's Trump. Yeah, and then also vice versa too. Just because it's Biden or Newsom or whoever, just I hope. Then that's what I'm saying, because I'm like, dude, I was scared about stuff too, and there was this authoritarianism is not happening just right now. If that's the case, then that's what I'm saying. I'm like, that's just really, I don't know why you're so afraid of it now. You should have been 4 years ago. And then there was a helicopter crash in the UK. I see a headline on it. I'm not familiar with what it was. Tesla. Preach that good stuff. Well, we will have a philo soon, brother. Very soon, but you know, peace and love, baby. Peace and love, objective standards. Oh, those are good things. So that's what I'm saying. Just keep it objective, and I hope we could stand with it. But that's what I was saying earlier about some stuff. If you want to know, that's why I said who's a little bitch or not. I think it just depends on how you upheld that standard. Regardless, if you'll say the same thing regardless of who does it, I'm with you. But if not, and you're gonna change right and wrong depending on who it is, then yeah, I don't think you get the concept. Pen. Dude, tell me why yesterday. Bro, I'm at the beach yesterday, right? I finally, I hit the farm, I stop on the beach on my way home, I pick up my food. And tell me why this guy, bro, this dude, hammered dude, just walks up to me. And he starts showing me all of his DraftKings picks. And he's like showing me his fantasy football team. I did nothing to bring this upon myself. I'm just walking. I'm waiting for the food, and I'm like walking at the in the front. He's like, yeah. I forgot what it was. We just looked at each other, and then it was a very vivid one. And I told you the FedEx driver, bro. I pull in, I get to the farm early, and it was maybe 9 or 10 a.m. And then the FedEx driver is pulling up. And I'm like, oh shit. I was like, let me see if he knows where to deliver it. And he's like, yeah, I've been delivering everything here. And I'm like, oh shit. And dude, I'm literally chilling with the FedEx driver for 20 minutes. And we were just talking. I'm telling you, I know his whole life story. I taught him what a FHA loan was. He didn't know what it was. I was like, fuck yeah. Dude, he told me he buying a motorcycle. He shared his whole life story with me, bro. You know, I got him snacks. I got him some water too. But yeah, everybody was talking to me yesterday. But yeah, DraftKings pen reminded me of that. But then he said FedEx volume is through the roof. That's the word from my driver. Palantir on the high? Oh? Well, wasn't this thing just down 4%? You got your brother-in-law to get a long term. You have to speak in gambling terms for him to get it. How did you explain it? I hope not as a parlay. Is it? I don't know. A 20-year-old couple closing on a home. That's amazing. In South Carolina? That's really good at 20. Yeah, that's how I was explaining it to this guy because he was telling me how he moved. He was telling me about his commute. And then I was like, oh shit, no way. We were talking about the roads. I was telling him about the roads and the paving. And then he was telling me how he have to, he said this area, there's a bunch of drop-offs. But he said one area he has to go 20 minutes and then back. And then he was like, if I leave early, if I get off early at work, I don't have traffic. But then I don't get as many hours. And then he was like, but if I take the more hours, I get off later, but then I have to sit in 2-3 hours of traffic. So he was saying a motorcycle, and I was like, don't die, bro. And he was like, I already got hit. I'm like, what? So he already owned a bike and got hit. And I'm like, and you still want another one? I'm like, you're insane. But he was saying the commute, I was like, he's looking to buy in the house. And then he wasn't turned off by how much the houses were, but he said they're just waiting for his their kid in college or school so that they don't have to they don't want him to move schools. But he didn't know what a FHA loan was. That's what I was telling him. I was like, yeah, bro, you get the house with 3% down. So he got pretty excited about that. Good guy. But yeah, it's crazy to me that, and some of you who've been here for a while, I expect you to know what a FHA is. But dude, there's a lot of people who still don't know. I had another talk with the dude at the gym about the FHA loan a couple weeks ago. It's so crazy. That's that it comes up when I talk to people, they don't know who I am or they don't know what I do. But if we get into the talk of real estate, I'm usually bringing that up. And it's so surprising how many people don't know what it is. But yeah, so if you guys work a job and you have like a W-2 income and you have been working income, I would look into the FHA loan. Yeah, houses are expensive, and it'd be good if rates come down, but you may have like way easier qualification. FHA has limitations, but it's just easier to get your hand on some money here. And the payments, it might be in the neighborhood. It'll usually be more than your current rental, but again, you get to own it, the equity and other incentives. But yeah, dude, 3% down, and just most people are not aware of it, man. It's actually crazy. So yeah, there is like, if you work a job and if you've done it more than 2 years, you have a lot easier access to like home money than you think. If you didn't know, go look up a FHA loan. Yeah, the issue is if you have to find a FHA qualified house, and then the budget, there's limitations in terms to how much you could borrow. But if you have a area and like the houses are below like 300-400K, and you're gonna have a good shot. Some areas it's not that bad, but like in Cali, it's a little bit more limited. But they have FHA in Cali, and you can pull it off. And then now with like the fact that real estate is kind of chilling, people will entertain it. When real estate's hot, they didn't like the FHA loan. The sellers didn't, because they're like, why the fuck would I take a FHA loan when I could just get a cash offer right now, because there's so much demand. But now with things chilling a little bit, houses that sit longer, though, if it qualifies, decent condition, they'll be willing to entertain it though, and get their money. Yeah, well, you got to be able to make the income there. So in this case, like, again, this happened the other day. I'm just talking with my FedEx driver. And he tells me, even though he delivered in the area, he drove like an hour and a half for his commute, almost 2 hours. I was like, that's crazy. But a lot of people do that. And it's like, if you got to find if you're working a job, you could keep that job and you're willing to commute, or there is affordable housing near you or cheaper homes, then again, if you have that W-2 job, like it's more accessible than you think. And I'm just shocked by how many people don't know it. Still, I thought FHA was pretty common nowadays, but yeah, if you don't know, look into it. Yeah, it varies by geography. Some areas they have, I think, a million limit. I think the highest I've seen is 700, 750. It used to be 400K, but they raised it. So, but it all depends on your area. If you're in a lower price area, the max will be like 250. Your cousin who's an owner operator, he has to set it up a certain way. So he has to, if he has his corporation, he could get other loans, but he's not going to be able to do the 3% down. Best case, you could get him like a 5% or a 10% down. Otherwise, worst case, he'll have to do 20% down. But if he has like at least a couple years of business, even if it may be risky, you could get a 10% down loan, which will be more accessible. But FHA, he has to like start paying himself, and you got to get it on a W-2 income. That's why W-2 income with FHA is just superior. I don't know what INHT is. I was halted, and then Bitcoin's coming back, man. A lot of stuff, even like Palant, bro. Some of these things were down. Like Bitcoin's still down 3, but some stuff was down a little bit more and it came up. You own your house, but you've never had a mortgage. Can you qualify? I'm not too sure. I think you should, but again, it depends on your area, and then again, the updated like laws for 2025. Like I'm saying, I mean, I haven't gotten an FHA loan personally in a long time, but and we've helped people, but I just noticed that most people, I would look into it. Just most, like, again, I've been encountering some new people, or like less real estate experienced people in the real world, just for random stuff not related to real estate, and it comes up, and I'm just like, damn, people don't know there's a 3% loan available, 3%, like a very accessible loan. So yeah, look into it. FHA. It's a federal thing. That's Bill Pulte. He heads the FHFA. So technically it's through him. And that's why too, whatever Trump does with this like Freddie and Fannie, I think they're going to start making it easier, or they're going to try to incentivize loans for certain people and people who work and have those qualifications. So I would look into it. Just it's a good access. In no rush. Well, look every day, because like I'm saying, man, even in the last month, or now almost 2 months, but it's really just been like 30-45 days since we got the farm, a lot has changed. Again, think about the rates, the path forward. Things have still held up, and then stocks kept going, and a lot of things kept going. So I've been noted again, there's been some weird pickups. So I don't know though. I still don't think you should be top ticking real estate. I think you should be cautious, and it has to make sense. But you have to be looking every day, because like I was saying, during last month, bro, or a month and a half ago, I'm telling you, there was deals just popping up. And if you're in Florida right now, that's where it's like some areas you still got time, and that's why you should be hunting. But Florida and the high inventory areas, you could get a deal. It's kind of crazy. And then again, like we saw with who was it? I think it was Chicago, and then another, I think Chicago mainly. They were down and they were high inventory at the beginning of the year, but now they're not. And now they're starting to get increases again, kind of rapidly. So just look, just don't delay, and do not just, what kind of created the real estate market today was that after 21-22, the market got so high and annoying, a lot of people just stopped looking. That's what led to kind of the slowdown there. That's kind of what happens. So just make sure you're intentional, and don't let it drift away. The danger is drifting. That's the best way to put it. So as long as you're intentful on a good deal, because it could show up tomorrow, it could show up in a couple of months, but do not be discouraged. And that's why too, make sure you got all of the funding stuff and everything ready to go. That's going to help. What parts of Florida? All of it. But like Miami, St. Petersburg, and some of those other Clearwater? Chicago was down and then came up. I showed it to you guys, I think on Friday or Thursday. We pulled up some real estate trends that I have on my data, and I was actually surprised because Chicago went from down to up. Zillow, yeah. It's because the houses sit there, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, with more houses sitting there, you're going to get the opportunity to, like, negotiate. They're kind of frustrating in Florida, but I've seen it work. It's a good area right now for first-time buyers because the houses were already cheap, and now with the high inventory, it going down rather than up, you get more options. Now, if you're spending, a couple $100,000, at least you could get an updated house. At least you could get one with a pool, and you could get more than the, $300,000 to have to put work into it type beat. So it's better if you're in those areas. That's what I'm saying. You just don't top tick. As long as you're, being intentful with that, you'll be good. It's frustrating because these houses, there's high supply, no demand, all of that, but then they're not. The prices are still elevated. They're not lowering them. So like I'm saying, Miami has more listings than ever, more time on the market, everything, but the house price is only down like 2 to 3%. It should be down like 10 to 15 with double, triple the amount of properties. It's kind of insane. So people won't lower the prices. So where was it? Was that Boston? Yeah, like Georgia went down. San Diego's down. That's what I'm saying. San Diego was one of the high inventory areas. Damn. St. Petersburg's the worst now. In the beginning it was there. But no, Chicago, I'm tripping on Chicago. Chicago was just doing a lot worse and then leveled out. But it was Cleveland. That's the one. Cleveland was really bad in the beginning, and now Cleveland's right next to Jersey. That's the one. Would it make sense to get rates lower? What makes sense, right, is shopping from when I told you a couple months ago with a strict emphasis on equity and price. That's how you're going to do it. Because like I'm saying, I'm not looking at anything else except for that. But I'm understanding where things are going. And like I'm saying, the lag between other assets in real estate, this spending bill, and now the rate cuts, this factors into it. But real estate has been odd. And then it's very different based on geography. So that's why I'm like, what makes sense is you should be looking and finding a house and, make sure that if you find a house that's on the lower end of prices in terms of comps and it's good quality and it checks out, I wouldn't really hesitate on it. Because again, if you're buying it cheap enough or low enough relative, that's giving you your cushion for whatever happens. And then if rates or not, you go from there. So, and then if you have a plan too, like I'm saying, if you plan to live in it and it's something that meets all the check boxes, good location, good price, all of that, I think it'll help diversify and protect you for up or down, and then you'll have a better opportunity to mess around and do better off of it than not. Because again, if you're protecting the price and being wise with that, that's going to help limit our downside no matter what happens. So we know there's going to be downside potentially. That's why you just got to be smart about it now and make your money off the buy. So what I'm telling people there to do. That's why, this year, think about it, you guys. It's almost been another year. You know that, right? So remember, I came into this year like a psycho, just yelling at everybody, being all strict and long-term. Does that sound familiar? And then I kept yelling at everybody to get a house. Even asked Tim fucking Whitman. I got Tim Whitman saying he's going to get a house now. You don't remember that? I do. So that's why, again, I've been telling you this now for like 9 months. We could have had a baby. You could have had a house baby. So, and like I'm saying, I even did one in front of you to show you. I'm not playing around. That's why we did this 7 months in. I was like, all right, now we got to fucking do this. So just don't forget, like you should be looking. That's what I'm saying. If you're telling me, I found at least 4. I have another one too, and I'm showing you one live. But like, think of it, you should have found one. You get what I'm saying? You should be. I would say if you're intently there should be one, even just on Redfin. That's the crazy part. That's what I noticed in that time period. So like I'm saying though, just don't let another year go by. Because it has been 9 months, as we've been telling you this, and now you have way less opportunity of a deal. Now, obviously, if they cut rates, the economy slows down, you might get your opportunity. But in the meantime, in the last 9 months, it went from, like I'm telling you, there was areas that were down and cheap to now they're up 10, 15% on the year. Like Jersey did not start off that crazy, or it was already active, but now it got even crazier. Cleveland was down, now it's up. Who else? Who was another one? Boston, that got out of nowhere. Yeah, no. Chicago is number 4 now. Yeah, Chicago and Naperville. So Chicago up until February, March is... Damn. No, up until May it was negative. And now, last couple months, it's there. How do you protect the price if the home gets valued at the purchase price? That sounds like a very circular logic. So we don't go off of the, like, who the fuck is giving us the value? You see what I'm saying? The value comes from the comps. Don't listen to anybody on value except for you. That's why you have to learn this. You have to go compare it to what's selling, like it's eBay. Go on, and see the houses that are selling, and you have to make a conservative valuation. And that's telling you what it's worth. So that's what I'm saying. Just look in. Earlier I was telling you, just don't buy the most expensive house in 3 months, a year. That's always a good metric. And that's what I'm saying. If it meet good location, good quality property, the boxes are checking, and then it's even then, or you find a house you really want, and maybe it's discounted or not, but then at the very least you notice in that area there's activity in sales, but this house is on the lower end. There you go. Like even the Colt compound, I bought the cheapest compound in that area in the last like maybe 2 years, I think. They were going for a lot more. That's what I'm saying. I just bought the cheapest one in the neighborhood. That's what I'm saying. You could just go look at the comps and then value it based on like demand, utility, supply, transferability. So you got to go look at it, see what you got. And that's what I'm saying. If you could even send it to me and I'll help you, but they stick out like a sore thumb. You can really tell when it's like, damn, this has everything. It, again, the location, all of it. And then as long as it's not the highest price and you're actually buying the low end of the comp range and it meets all the other metrics, that's at least gonna protect us for 10%. And that's great. That's big money with what we're talking about. In my case, that's a couple $100,000. So for the Colt compound one that we did, and that's exactly what I was telling you guys, is that's the plan. Is that even then, even if the meetups don't work, even if anything, all I got to do is we sell it, and we could just having that little range and making money on the buy, it already got us some of that instant equity. If I have a claim from Chicago Title over 10 years ago to get title insurance, call Lending Tips. He's really good at that. He might have a trick up his sleeve, but I think you got to get them to sign a letter. I'm pretty sure if it's that old. I know there might be a way around it. You either got to go to court or you get them to sign a paper. Or you might, if it's like in the fucking black hole and you can't get a hold of anybody, see who can, and like somebody might be able to release somebody has to sign and release it. That's what I'm thinking, but LT has more experience with that, and give him a call. I think he can help you with it. Yeah, man. LT, just go to his Instagram. I feel like it's easier to get a hold of LT than me. Tem on the low. So yeah, like I'm saying, so here, let me show you the real estate market as it correlates to Josh's attitude changes. Maybe this will show you. Because like you guys think I'm like crazy, huh? But like, I really want you to see how this all fucking played out. This is Josh going insane on you. Do you see what everywhere in the whole top 20, top 30 states were all barely green was Jersey. That's it. Everything was negative or break even, let alone you probably had half of the top 20 in the red. And it's not like that anymore. You see what I'm saying? Some of the more of the liberal places are still there. You still got a couple, but it's still pretty nuts when you look at it. And that's what I'm saying. Depending on if you were able to get the deals and if you're really being intentful, you either your long term's going to the moon or you're being able to sniff out these opportunities. And again, now no matter what happens with Powell, I'm telling you guys, you're going to want the diversification. And if we could get good diversification, that's the part where everyone's going to get scammed on next. So whatever craziness happens, it's going to go, let's say it goes crazy up or down. It doesn't matter. You already saw this, bro. I get this is what the video, I'm putting out the video with the details, the final details for the meetup. Again, it's this Saturday too. I don't know if it's already out yet. No, I don't think so. Good. So the good part about it is that video, I'd start talking about this, but I'm telling you, you probably heard it this weekend. How many of you have already, let me see if you've been propagandized. Based on whatever Powell said, you're thinking stagflation or inflation, and you need to buy assets. Does that propaganda sound familiar? Have you been propagandized? This one I think is fascinating. You get an inkling of that? XOM. Damn, oil's still going up. That's good if you haven't. You're going to see it soon. I already saw it. I wanted to see if any of you fell for it. Because people will. So depending on what craziness, they're going to start yelling inflation, deflation, stagflation, and tell you to go buy shit. Just remember, that doesn't work. It only works if you get it at a good price. You need to diversify. That's the problem. And that's what I'm saying. Real estate is going to help you with that. With stocks, with your long term, with another plan, with savings, with even trading, with everything. You get multiple. But like I'm telling you, you're going to start hearing that. And that's the thing, is that it's not about just buying, buy inflation, stagflation. If you don't own assets, you get left behind. No. The people who are going to get crushed are the people who are going to try to protect themselves, but then they're going to overpay and not diversify. Don't be that guy. That's it. As long as you don't get if you're going to overpay, you better not be over levered. That's where diversification comes into play. And then if you're getting a good price, you don't need to over lever, because that'll do its work for you. So keep that in mind as we move forward. Yeah, you want quality at a good price, and then diversify. That's why a little bit of everything. I'm sure the more confusing things get, I don't know if this has already been easy or confusing for you, but think about it. Different areas are going to start being wild. You'll get more volatility in sectors and industries. First it's Bitcoin, then stocks, then real estate. So the best way to be accounting for all of that and not getting left behind or too emotional will be diversification. Still the same strategy that got you here. Don't forget about it. But as we move forward, it's still in play. So you don't need to panic for anything. You need to diversify. Then you need to make sure you don't overpay a lot. You're going to overpay here and there, but don't make it a habit, and I would try to stay away from it as much as possible, because that's what turns a good thing into a bad thing. You picked the right thing, but you also picked an awful time. So yeah, I hope it helps. We're going to have a good meeting. I think it was supposed to be at 10. So I don't know, but he spent a long time in that other one. So we'll see CEP on the low. I don't know if Bitcoin came up. Oil was just climbing, man. I do not know how I feel about that one. Yeah, 65. If oil goes back above 70, it'll get a little scarier. USO's higher, but we're going off CL. $64.60. You're still 20 points off all-time highs, bro. It's kind of crazy. This is still very, very good, Habibi. Very, very good. Bros. ADI. Where's Broadcom? Broadcom, and then the Intel. At least you're going up, but you're just coming back to break even on the SPY. Russell and Dow are still kind of murdered, and then NASDAQ is just max 7-day. Trump's live again already? No way. So I said, I was like, I see, don't mind. I don't know if that's an old one, but there's no way. No, I don't think I see the White House thing. They said live in Oval Office soon, though. But yeah, it's gonna be soon. Yeah, I see those comments that Trump gonna be buying ships from South Korea. So yeah, the Trump comments are coming in right now. Check Boeing. Knowledge and understanding reduce the need for diversification? No, I think that's the other dude. Because Warren likes diversification. I forgot one of the other. Was it Milton? One of the fucking Wall Street dudes. He hates diversification. But like, let me put it this way: if you bought Bitcoin at like way higher than like $20,000, you should diversify. That's all. Just diversify, because most of the people that tell you they hate diversification, they buy everything really, really early and cheap. So I like that. So I just learned to respect diversification down the line. But yeah. Yeah, Munger didn't like it. I think Druckenmiller, yeah. Druckenmiller hates diversification. And then Munger, and then Buffett likes it, and then Benjamin Graham loves it. Diversification does allow you cheaper stuff too. But it's more, most of the time people will start off diversifying and then something goes crazier and then they're like, fuck this, and then they give up on it and then they run into a wall. But then it does, over enough time, you'll look back and you'll be like, damn, we really did get a lot of these really cheap. Yeah, exactly. They are active managers. Mm-hmm. But diversification, and I think in this decade is the answer. I've been saying it for what, 4 years now, and it did prove it's proved its worth, because everything's still oddly up, and the yields are still up. So like, you could have been collecting bond yields, the coupon, your Mag 7 could have still been ripping, your crypto, and your everything. So, and then you had major fluctuations in those years, but then they would just go one way and then come back, one way and come back. So obviously, if you were just all one way in big tech, you made a lot too. But there was a diversification did not hurt in the last. It's been very, very helpful, especially if you're prone to move a lot. The Robinhood prediction market. Hey, Robinhood is just, they're doing what we need them to do, man. The harvest is plenty. The workers are few. Yeah, Korea purchasing military equipment. I can't believe he did that quick. Watch Boeing. So again, you got one of these. I think South Korea already announced them though. I remember NFTs, yep. That was a good time. That one was kind of crazy. That was like that was so much money going around. It's so weird because NFTs kind of still have value, and then you see all the crypto, but that's the weird part about it. This time around, everything is still so jacked up, but it doesn't feel like the same mania of money flowing. I just think there's so much money in the system still. But I don't think you'll ever see that again. 2021, like we said, we all got to live through it, where everybody, all the influencer, everybody in every single space turned into a pumper. It was that's why the culture it's been wild since. It feels way different than 2021, but you're getting something similar. You're getting prices, you're getting risk on, and there's like definitely like areas of mania. But it's not this, it's just how we got here is weird because it doesn't feel like 2021. But I just think the residual effect of all that money is just still there. Last time I checked, the Gen NFT was like $8,000 or something, or 10, which is ridiculous. But yeah, I still have that one. Yeah, bro, people still pay 10 Ethereum Or 1.5. They're like 5, 6, 7. 6.5K. That's ridiculous. The government could take Boeing, but Boeing wouldn't be down. Boeing didn't even take the pandemic money when they were like really struggling. Ironically enough, they said they didn't. I remember the CEO at the time said they didn't want to be responsible, or they didn't want to answer to the government. They're like, we'd rather commit massive fraud and get in trouble than have to work with them willingly. Why would we? They're like, why would we ever want to be tied to the government unless they're punishing us for going around rules that lead to mass casualty events? What? Why would we? We don't want your money. But yeah, technically they could. Oh shit, he's live.
전 세계에서 유일하게 분단 국가로 남아 있는 한반도에도 평화를 좀 만들어 주셔서 김정은 나도 만나시고 북한에 트럼프 월드가 같이 거기서 저도 골프도 칠 수 있게 해주시고 그래서 전 세계가 인정하는 정말 세계사적인 평화의 메이커로서의 역할을 꼭 해주시기를 기대합니다.
Hunter was a crackhead.
And I would like to mention that the only
never mind. I got a wrong translation.
divided nation in the world is the Korean Peninsula. And I would like to ask for your role in establishing peace on the Korean Peninsula. So I look forward to your meeting with Chairman Kim Jong-un and construction of a Trump Tower in North Korea and playing golf at that place.
아마 기다리고 있을 것 같습니다. 기다리고 있을 것 같습니다.
So I believe he will be waiting for you.
그리고 마지막으로 든든한 한미 동맹을 기반으로 대한민국이 성장 발전해 왔고 앞으로도 이 한미 동맹을 군사 분야뿐만이 아니라 경제 분야 또 다른 과학 기술 분야까지 다 확장해서 미래형으로 발전시켰으면 좋겠습니다.
Korea was able to attain economic growth and development through our ironclad alliance. And going forward, I hope to develop our alliance into a future-oriented alliance that encompasses areas not only limited to security, but also the economy and science and technology.
대한민국 국민들은 트럼프 대통령님에 대해서 정말로 큰 기대를 가지고 있다는 말씀을 드리면서 다시 한번 이런 시간 내주셔서 감사드립니다.
The Korean people have great expectations for you, Mr. President. Thank you once again for your time.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you. I will say that Kim Jong-un and I had a very good relationship, as you remember, and still do. And when I came in, I didn't know him. We had 2 summits, but we became very friendly. Respect. It was great respect. And it was not going to be that way had Hillary Clinton won the election. It would have been a disaster. But we think we can do something in that regard with respect
yo,
to
listen,
North
I don't
and
know
South,
who
and I
needs
think
to hear
you are
this,
much more prone to doing that
but
than
that is
other
not
leaders that I've
Kim
been
Jong-un,
working with
okay?
From
I
South
just thought I
Korea.
would throw that out there
And
for
we'll
some
work
of
on
you.
that. I think it's very good
I know,
to work
just
on
in
that. If
case,
you remember,
that is not
you
Kim
were doing the
Jong-un. That
Olympics,
is not
and there
Kim.
was a
This
great
is South Korea.
time of hostility with North Korea. and you weren't
CSX
selling
again.
tickets,
You guys remember on Friday we hit
nobody
those?
wanted to be blown up in the
They
stadium during
expired.
the
I only
opening
have the
ceremonies,
weekly.
right?
But CSX again,
And you
dropping.
were not selling tickets, and I was also at my formative stage with North Korea and Kim Jong-un, and we were a little bit
No, I'm just looking out for y'all.
going at it.
Y'all think I'm a
about
bad
Rocket
guy.
Man,
I'm helpful.
Little
I just
Rocket
helped out
Man,
a
everything back and
liberal was
forth,
about
and
to
it was
go
really
crazy.
nasty, and then I got
a
a call one day.
Republican, I don't know. So just,
And
I
they
just want
wanted
y'all
to get
know
together.
that's,
They wanted
this
to
is
talk,
not
and
Kim
we started
Jong-un,
talking.
Americans.
And then he
This is
said,
not
really
Kim Jong-un.
brilliantly, he said, you know, the Olympics is going to be opening very soon, and we'd like to be a part of it. They actually put teams in it. You got along great. And by the way, immediately upon that phone call, you started selling tickets, and it turned out to be a tremendous success. So it went from being empty stadiums because people were afraid to go, because it was a target potentially, to a great success. And I was very proud of that. You had one of the most successful Olympics, and now we have the Olympics coming to the U.S., so we're very happy about that. But that was a great honor to get involved and make the Olympics so successful.
네, 대단히 감사합니다. 다시 한번 모시게 돼서 영광이라고 말씀드리겠습니다. 제가 김정은 위원장과 굉장히 좋은 관계를 가지고 있습니다. 그리고 현재도 매우 좋은 관계가 있습니다. 내가 처음에 취임하고 난 다음에 두 번의 정상회담을 김정은 위원장과 함께 했고 상당히 친해졌고 또 더 중요한 것은 둘 다 존경심을 서로에게 가지고 있다는 것입니다. 만일 힐러리 클린턴이 대통령으로 당선했다면 절대 그러한 상황까지 이르지 않았을 것입니다. 제가 보기에는 이재명 대통령께서 한국의 어느 지도자보다도 북한에 좀 더 문제를 해결하고자 하는 의지가 있는 그러한 대통령이라고 생각합니다. 그래서 어쩌면 우리가 함께 노력한다면 어느 정도 진전이 있을 수도 있겠습니다. 사실 그 한국에서 올림픽이 열렸을 때 북한 때문에 많은 사람들이 올림픽 표를 사지 않는 그런 현상이 생겨났었습니다. 그런데 김정은 위원장이 그때 사실은 김정은 위원장과 초기에는 제가 별로 사이가 좋았던 것은 아닙니다. 서로 라켓맨이라고 부르면서 주고받는 그러한 해프닝도 있었습니다. 그런데 어느 날 통화를 하면서 우리가 한국에서 올림픽이 곧 열리는데 우리
Just like I sound so beautiful in Korean. I love hearing my words in Korean. They sound good. They flow.
가장 성공적인 올림픽으로 지금 기록되고 있습니다.
Wow, that's beautiful. Wow.
우리 미국도 곧 올림픽을 주최할 예정입니다. 그래서 우리도 미국에서 성공적인 그런 올림픽을 주최할 계획을 가지고 있습니다.
김정은 위원장 말씀을 하셔서 그런데 사실 대통령님 덕분에 이 북한하고 이 한반도 관계가 매우 안정적이었습니다. 그런데 사실 그 이후 대통령께서 미국 정치에서 잠깐 물러서 있는 그 사이에 사실은 북한의 미사일도 많이 개발됐고 핵폭탄도 많이 늘어났고 진척된 것도 없이 한반도 상황은 정말로 많이 나빠졌죠.
Mr. President, you mentioned about Chairman Kim, and thanks to your efforts when you were in office during your first term, the situation on the Korean Peninsula was stable. But during the hiatus where you were out of office, North Korea developed further its nuclear and missile capabilities. And that's
good. That's good, Mr. Lee. That's good.
And they wouldn't have done that. They would not have done that.
Look at that. He just got 10% off his tariffs for that comment. You guys should take notes.
일어나지 않았을 것입니다.
전적으로 공감합니다.
I completely agree with you.
그래서 지금 얼마 전에 김여정이 미국과 저를 비난하는 발언을 할 때도 대통령과 김정은 위원장의 특별한 관계에 대해서는 의심하지 않는다 이런 표현을 했습니다. 기다리고 있다는 뜻으로 보여졌습니다.
So when Kim Yo-jong, the deputy director of the Workers' Party of Korea, issued a statement denouncing South Korea, she mentioned about the not bad relationship between you and Chairman Kim Jong-un, and I believe that this is a sign that North Korea is waiting.
한반도의 평화의 새 길을 꼭 열어주시기 바랍니다.
So I hope that you will usher in a new era of peace on the Korean Peninsula.
I will do that, and we'll have talks. He'd like to meet with me. He didn't want to meet with Biden because he had no respect for Biden, but we look forward to meeting with him, and we'll make relations better. You'll help that. You had a lot of leaders. I've gone through a lot of leaders in South Korea. You know, it's been quick. You'll be there for a long time. But we, in the various leaders that I've dealt with, they were not approaching it properly, in my opinion, having to do with North Korea. But I think your approach is a much better one.
네, 그렇게 하도록 하겠습니다. 김 위원장이 바이든 전 대통령을 만나고 싶죠 하지는 않았지만 말은 만나고 싶어 할 것 같습니다. 그래서 그런 시도를 하겠고요. 내가 한국의 지도자들을 여러 분을 만나봤는데 제 개인적인 생각으로는 대북 정책이 그렇게 적절하지 않지 않았나 하는 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 이 대통령께서 그 적절한 대북 정책을 통해서 좀 더 진전이 있었으면 하는 생각입니다.
저의 관여로 남북 관계가 잘 개선되기 쉽지 않은 상태인데 실제로 이 문제를 풀 수 있는 유일한 인물이 트럼프 대통령이십니다.
So resolving this issue through my engagement is not an easy thing. And the only person that can make progress on this issue is you, Mr. President.
대통령께서 피스메이커를 하시면 저는 페이스메이커로 열심히 지원하겠습니다.
So if you become the peacemaker, then I will assist you by being a pacemaker.
That's good. We can do big progress, I think, with North Korea. Absolutely.
네, 북한에 대해서 큰 진전을 함께 이루어 나갈 수 있다고 믿습니다.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Good job. Okay, questions, please.
Mr. President, when you met with Russian President Vladimir Putin, how soon did he say that he wanted to sit down with Ukrainian President Zelensky? Russia, as of now, says there's no meeting on the books and no agenda is set.
Well, that's going to be up to them. It takes two to tango. I always say it. And they should meet, I think, before I have a meeting and probably close the deal. But I think it's appropriate they meet. They do not exactly get along well, as you can understand. And I'm sure it's a meeting that perhaps he didn't like. But he wasn't happy about coming to the United States either. That was a big concession, and I appreciate the fact that he did. You know, I've always had a very good relationship, despite a fake Russia haunt that we had. But we've always had a great relationship, very good relationship, strong relationship with Russia. That's a good thing, not a bad thing, by the way. That's a very good thing. And it's good to get along with Kim Jong-un, and it's good to get along with everybody, including President Lee. It's good to get along, and I get along with the foreign leaders. You see that with the biggest group of foreign leaders that we've ever had. Don't forget the European Union was here also representing a large group of countries just recently. So I believe that we're going to get that war straightened out. We're going to get it done. I don't know that they'll meet. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. They'd like me to be at the meeting. I said, you guys ought to work it out. It's between you. It's not us. Now, in the meantime, we're not spending any money on, as you know, on Ukraine. We're selling military equipment to NATO. NATO now is taking in, excuse me, NATO now is taking in a large amount of money from the countries. They're taking in 5% of GDP versus 2%. They're paying the 5%. They never paid the 2%, most of them, or a lot of them. NATO has a lot of money. We are selling military equipment to NATO at full price, and NATO's distributing that equipment to wherever they are. I mean, perhaps to Ukraine. So NATO's working with Ukraine. Biden was giving hundreds of billions of dollars just willy-nilly, just giving money.
You're kind of dumping here, but then the bonds too.
It was
and then they said Warren Buffett doesn't want to railroad.
So we're not involved anymore in terms of the cost. We're in for $350 billion. As you know, I also got the rare earth deal done with Ukraine, which was worth much more than the $350 billion. But I'm not interested in the money so much, even though we've done a great job in that regard. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in stopping a war where last week 7,109 soldiers died, both Russian and Ukraine. It's such a waste of life and humanity. They're not from this country. They're not from any other country other than Ukraine, for the most part, other than Ukraine and Russia. But it's a very important thing to me to stop it. I stopped 7 wars that were raging, one for 31 years, the Congo, and as you know, Rwanda, one for 35 years. I don't have to go into them. You know the list better than I do.
Yo, tell them
but
you like black
people. We stopped a lot of wars,
Trump.
including, you think about it, India and Pakistan, which was probably 2 weeks away from being a nuclear war. They were shooting down airplanes all over the place. So I'm very proud of that. I thought this would be, in many ways, the easiest way. I have a very good relationship with Putin. I thought it would be the easiest one to stop, and it's really not. It's very complex. It's very personal from their standpoint. There's tremendous dislike personally between the two men, and we're going to have to straighten that out. But I would like to see them meet first. They'd like me to be there. I may be there. I may not. I'll see. But I wanted them to work out their differences first, because it is ultimately between them. And when that happens, I think we'll get an end.
Maybe they meet, maybe they don't. How long are you willing to let this play out? And if they don't meet, will there be consequences, and how soon for Russia?
Yeah, there could be very big consequences, but we'll see what happens. There might be very big consequences, because this is something that has to end. This war would have never taken place, and for 4 years it didn't take place. But if I were president, this war would have never taken place. There has not been a war like this since the Second World War. This is the biggest thing that's happened in terms of warfare, wars. It's a whole new form of fighting. It's a drone fighting. It's a drone war. No, a drone war never existed before. And we're actually studying it from the standpoint of Pete Hegseth and everybody, we're studying it and studying it very carefully. This is a whole new form of war, but it's a violent war, and there has been nothing like this since the Second World War. So we'll see what happens over the next week or two, and at that point I'll step in very strongly, and if I have to be there, I'll be there. And we'll either have a deal or we won't. But a lot of people are dying, and I want to get us...
Mr. President, Kim Jong-un wants to meet. When do you want to meet with him?
With who?
You said the North Korean leader wants to meet. How soon would you?
We want to have a meeting. I like to have a meeting. I get along great with him. You know, you were there. We even had a press conference. He had his first press conference. Kim Jong-un.
Oh, they going to invite Kim Jong-un and let him play with the Nintendo Switch?
I said, have you done a press conference before? No. And you know what? He did great. It was a great press conference.
I would love for Kim Jong-un, bro. I want to see his smiling on the fucking limo photo.
Would you like to meet the fake news? Because whatever you want to do, and
he just threatened Putin again, but
like, you've never seen anything
took
like
a
it.
smaller candle than the spy.
And then he said, "Enough," and that was the end of the press conference. That was the end. It ended very rapidly, but I think he had a good time. I look forward to meeting with Kim Jong-un in the appropriate future.
Would you reduce the number of forces in South Korea so that the United States could have more flexibility in the region?
Say it.
Would you consider reducing the number of U.S. forces in South Korea so that the United States can have more flexibility?
Well, I don't want to say that now because we've been friends and we're friends. And look, we have a lot of people over there. We have over 40,000 troops in South Korea. As you know, South Korea agreed to pay for that during my last term. And then when Biden came in, they complained to Biden that I wasn't a nice person. And he agreed not to pay. He gave up billions of dollars. We were getting paid billions of dollars. But then Biden ended that for whatever reason. It's unbelievable that he did. But we have a very good relationship militarily. They would say, but we gave you land. I said, no, you didn't. You lease us land. There's a big difference between giving and leasing. And maybe one of the things I'd like to do is ask them to give us ownership of the land where we have the big fort. You know, we spent a lot of money building a fort. And there was a contribution made by South Korea, but I would like to see if we could get rid of the lease and get ownership of the land where we have a massive military base. Okay?
Would you go?
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you planning to make? I also want to ask this question to Mr. President.
Who are you with?
I'm Song Mi-jin. I'm from South Korea's Arirang TV.
Good.
Thank you so much. So, as mentioned earlier, United States is South Korea's most important.
Yeah, Trump admin
ally.
considers visa sanctions on EU and member state
Lee,
officials.
what do you think are the key ways to?
That's what the drop is. It has nothing to do with what Trump said. There's sources saying that that they might issue sanctions on the whole Digital Services Act, the whole European going after the tech companies. So that could be part of this. I don't know. Keep an eye on Mag 7. And remember, today was all the Mag 7. So I thought about it here for a second, because even if you get a weird major move, just remember everything. There's already 400 names that are down. So this is all just Mag 7. The NASDAQ is green. So if you get a violent move or something, it's probably Mag 7 moving. Not everything else already moved.
If Hillary Clinton, crooked Hillary, won that election, I think you would have had a nuclear war. It would have taken place, and it would have been horrendous for everybody, including them. It would have been very bad for them because we would have had to enter the picture, and we are the most powerful nuclear country in the world by far. Russia's second, China's third. China's going to catch eventually, 5 or 6 years. They're working to catch. One of the things we're trying to do with Russia and with China is denuclearization. And it's very important. One of the things I discussed with President Putin the other day, it wasn't
Get
just
ready for Philo,
that,
though. I want to listen to it, but I
other
kind
things.
of
And
don't.
I think the denuclearization
So I'll give it a couple
is a
minutes.
very,
I do a push-up.
it's a big
That's
aim,
great for you.
But Russia's willing to do it, and I think China's going to be willing to do it too. We can't let nuclear weapons proliferate. We have to stop nuclear weapons. The power is too great. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask you further question about South Korea and U.S. alliance. I'm Anna from the Korea Times, and I'd like to ask you about the trade deal that's on the table. You mentioned about the shipbuilding industry, and President Lee mentioned about the manufacturing industry, and what other areas or sectors that you intend to focus on this trade deal? Because Korea is bringing in many investments and create jobs as well. So I'd like to know the opinions of both, how to get a beneficial outcomes for both countries through this deal.
Well, we're going to get along great because we really sort of need each other. We love what they do. We love their product. We love their ships. We love a lot of the things that they make. And they love what we have. We're dealing with them on Alaska having to do with the oil. You need oil and we have it. So we have a big advantage in that way. We have more oil and gas and coal and energy than any other country in the world by far. No, for whatever reason, God was very good to us. He gave us the greatest. We didn't use it. We started to use wind. Wind doesn't work. They started to use solar panels that took over the land all over the Midwest, where the farmers said, what happened to my land? They'd have a 10-mile by 10-mile solar field that they couldn't farm, the most valuable farming land in the world, probably the most vibrant in the world. And they put solar plants all over the place. It's ridiculous. Big, massive black fields of solar that all comes out of China, or plastic, all comes out of China. But we have the greatest amount of energy in the world, and we're dealing with South Korea, as you know, in Alaska, and we're going to be making a deal, a joint venture with South Korea. Japan is involved also, very strongly involved. So we have Japan and South Korea, and we're actually the closest. It seems like quite far away, Alaska and Korea, but actually it's right up the little ocean, right up the little Pacific Ocean. It's actually pretty close, relatively speaking. But we have more oil and gas and coal than any other nation in the world by far, and we're going to use it. And that's the thing that South Korea, I think, most wants from us, I would think.
Mr. President, would you go back to the DMZ to meet with the North Korean leader?
Say it.
Would you go back to the DMZ to meet with the North Korean leader?
I loved it. Remember when I walked across the line and everyone went crazy? Especially Secret Service, I would say. And I looked into those windows, the windows, the glass, that you could only see if you looked direct, because there was all sorts of stuff. But I looked in and I saw more rifles pointing at me than you could. There were a lot of rifles in that building. The Secret Service was not happy. You know the buildings I'm talking about? The two blue buildings on each side. And I walked up the middle and I looked in the window and I saw more guns in that room than I've ever seen in my life. I looked at the other side and it was the same thing. And yet I felt safe. I felt safe because I have a great relationship with Kim Jong-un. I hope it stays that way. I think it will. I have a very good relationship. I understand him. I spent a lot of free time with him, talking about things that we probably aren't supposed to talk about. And, I get along with him really well. I think he has a country of great potential, tremendous potential.
Is it possible you meet him this year or maybe next year?
Well, I'm meeting a lot of people. I mean, it's hard to say that, but I'd like to meet him this year. President Xi would like me to come to China. It's a very important relationship. As you know, we're taking a lot of money in from China because of the tariffs and the different things. And it's a very important relationship. We're going to get along good with China. I hear so many stories about we're not going to allow their students. We're going to allow their students to come in. We're going to allow, it's very important, 600,000 students. It's very important. But we're going to get along with China. But it's a different relationship that we have now with China. It's a much better relationship economically than it was before. With Biden, boy, what he allowed they just took him to the cleaners. You know the expression? They took him to the cleaners. I'm sure they have an equal expression in South Korea, but they took that guy out for a ride like nobody's ever been ridden before. Terrible.
How do you
but
say
we have
that?
a
How do you say he got
very
clapped?
strong relationship, Howard. I would say economically with China now, getting much better. They have to give us magnets. If they don't give us magnets, then we have to charge them 200% tariff.
How do you say he screwed the
But
pooch?
we're not going to have a problem.
Where did that come from?
I think
Who's
that's
fucking dogs?
behind us. China
How do you
intelligently
get it?
went and they sort of took a monopoly of the
I don't
world's
even
magnets.
get it.
And nobody needed magnets until they convinced everybody 20 years ago, let's all do magnets. There were many other ways that the world could have gone. But it'll take us probably a year to have them. We're heavy into the world of magnets now, only from a national security standpoint. But we have a powerful thing. It's airplane parts. They have many Boeing jets. They had 200 jets that didn't fly. And I've sent them all, based on his word, I sent them all of the parts so their planes can fly. I could have held them back. I didn't do that because of the relationship I have. And their planes are now flying. You know, we had 200 of their planes were unable to fly because we were not giving them Boeing parts purposely, because they weren't giving us magnets. Therefore, we weren't giving them. But we have a much more powerful thing, that's tariffs. If we wanted to put 100%, 200% tariffs on, we wouldn't do any business with China. And, you know, that would be okay, too.
I mean, just threatened a 200%
the magnet
tariff,
situation.
I think the wire probably
we have
took it
tremendous
negatively.
power over them.
That's
They
not
have
how
some
it
power
sounded.
over us with magnets. We're going to
He
have
was
a lot
just
of
talking.
magnets.
But that's hitting the wire,
pretty short period of
200%
time.
tariff.
In fact, we'll have so many we won't know what to do with them. But you know the story. It's a very interesting history with magnets. And it really is because presidents, not being business people, they allowed that to happen. And they shouldn't have. But we have much more. I mean, look, in terms of playing the cards, we have much bigger and better cards than they do. But with that being said, I think
My cards are bigger
I spoke to
and
your
better.
presidency fairly recently.
What do you want me to?
And
It's a
at some
royal
point,
flush,
probably
but
during this year or
larger.
shortly
What do you
thereafter,
want
we'll
me
go
to?
to
It's
China.
easy money.
And I think we're going to see
Mine.
a magnificent sight.
Give me
It's a great country.
You
want oil? I'll sell you some.
Recently, actually, are planning to go to China. You mentioned either this year or next year. Could you please share more details about your plans going to China?
Fuck
And
yeah.
also presently.
Good question, baby
Maybe
girl.
we'll go together. Do you want to go together? We can share a plane. We'll save energy. We'll save.
So you want to go
We'll save
together?
a little, you know, the ozone,
Bro.
the ozone layer. Remember President Obama used to talk about the ozone layer, and then he'd fly to
Barack
to play around the
Hussein
golf in 747.
Obama.
Mr. President, on to accept the invitation, Mr.
중국에서 만약
I was sort of meant jokingly, but if you want, you can go.
대통령하고 같이 가면 좋겠습니다.
Donald will welcome us. We will arrive. We would love to go.
He does the
During the last
If you wanna
administration, we
go,
did
I'm
not
gonna
have
get
these
special
opportunities.
permission.
Thank
I'm
you,
sure
Donald.
can go, but we're going to have a great relationship with China. I mean, it's happening. You see
Trump's
it.
like,
It's
fuck yeah,
happening.
let's do it. Let's do
They
it,
have some
rally,
cards. We have
carpool.
incredible cards, but I don't want to play
Thank you
those
for
cards.
the
That would-
invitation,
If I
Donald.
played those cards, that would
Honored to
destroy
be here.
China. I'm not going to play those cards.
Mr. President, on the National Guard, you've talked a lot about Democratic-run cities and states. Would you also consider sending the National Guard into red states and red cities that are also seeing high crime?
Sure, but there aren't that many of them. If you look at the top 25 cities that for crime, just about every one of those cities is run by Democrats. And you know, one of the bad things they did, cashless bail, if you look back on time, when they allowed a murderer out that afternoon, you know, he'd kill somebody and then a couple of hours later he's walking the streets again, oftentimes killing again rapidly. Cashless bail is a disaster. You saw we had a news conference today on that. We're wiping it out in D.C., immediately wiping it out. It started in New York, I must tell you, and it's been a horrible thing for crime, especially violent crime. So we're going to end cashless bail, yes. Thank you.
When will you deploy to Chicago, and how long are you keeping troops here in Washington,
A little
D.C.?
discussion. I really want to be appreciated. You know, when we go into a city and wipe out the crime, so D.C., it sounds so horrible. I'm embarrassed to say it in front of you because they don't have anything like this. Washington, D.C., sir, has not had a murder in 11 days. Now, he's saying that's a horrible thing to hear because they don't have murders for ever. But Washington, D.C., if you go back,
You guys
and
don't
check,
have
it's
fucking
been many
forever.
years since we went a week without having a murder.
Yeah,
Now
that's
we haven't had- and I
hyperbole.
would say that
That's
Washington,
hyperbole.
DC
I
right
say
now
no
is much
hyperbole. Fuck
safer
you,
than
Donald.
Seoul.
What the fuck?
You know why? Because
It's
we
a
have
fucking
a
fish.
friendly
Fucking no
neighborhood.
hyperbole.
You
It's a
have
hyperbole.
You have a different
That's
kind of
exactly
problem.
what
We
a
all have different
hyperbole
problems.
is.
But Washington,
It's
D.C.
bullshit.
is a very safe city right now. People are going out to dinner. Restaurants are opening. Restaurants that were going to close are now going to
Joey?
stay open.
Where did Joey come from?
Friends of mine are going out to dinner all the
missed
time.
him.
They didn't go out to dinner for
I
4
missed
years.
Joey,
it
bro.
went rampant during the Biden
Trump,
years.
if I played my cards,
Right,
I could
just
destroy
rampant.
China,
That's
but
why
I won't.
Susie is very close to the mayor and has a lot of respect for her, but I view it maybe a little differently because the mayor would say that it's gotten better for 30 years. It's gotten better. No, it's gotten worse. And the worst day of all was when we just got to office for the second time. and it's in very bad shape. So the mayor shouldn't be saying that violent crime has been getting better. It's been getting much worse. And the day I took office, it was the worst. And we did some minor things, made it a little bit better, but then we said, look, we got to stop it because too many people getting killed.
Please,
And,
I appreciate your crime reduction.
We have not had a murder in 11 days.
I'm a fan.
It sounds crazy.
Thank
I hate
you, Donald.
to say
Thank
this
you,
in front of
President.
this gentleman who I respect, because they don't have murders for
Can
years.
you finish, please?
But we have not had a murder in 11 days, and that's going to go on for a long time. And there will be, I guess, it'll happen a little bit. But we have a very safe city. This is one of the safer cities right now in the country. And in a short period of time, it'll be like the border. Nobody came in through our border. For the last 90 days, 3 months, we had 0 illegal aliens from the Congo, from South America, from all over the world, from prisons coming in, pouring into our country. Nobody, not one person, and this is done by a liberal group, a liberal think tank. They do the work. Not one person has come into our country. Think of that. It's been amazing. And I didn't have to go back to Congress and ask. Biden could have done this by himself. I did. I said, close the borders. We had the great Tom Homan. We had Christie, as you know, Christie Noem, who did a fantastic job. She's doing a fantastic job.
It just sucks because he keeps saying stuff that's like kind of noteworthy, and then I'll hear The Wire, one of them.
As I call it, the Department
then I'm
of War.
like, yeah.
We call it the Department of Defense.
Nothing's really moving.
Between
It's all
us, I
Max
think we're
7.
going to change
So I'm
the
going to
name.
keep
You wanna know
stretching,
the
though,
truth?
until
I think we're
Philo.
going to have some information on that maybe soon. But I think because, Department of Defense, we won the World War I, World War II. It was called the Department of War. And to me, that's really what it is. It's defense is a part of that. But I have a feeling we're going to be changing. I'm talking to the people. Everybody likes that. We had an unbelievable history of victory.
Repetition rewires
when it was
reality.
Department of War. Then we changed it to Department of Defense. So that's a little thing. Has nothing to do with your country, but it's something that I think you're going to be hearing about or seeing about over the next couple of weeks. Probably that change is going to be made over the next week or so.
Are there 2 Koreas, North and South, or is there one Korea waiting to be unified?
Well, I know it is 2 Koreas. I mean, there was one Korea. It was a very large country and a very powerful country. And it was a country that went to war with China. President Xi explained it. Went to war with China many times over the last 2,000 years. You had many, I think he told me 51 times. So I remember I went to President Xi. I said, we're having a problem with North Korea. Straighten it out, would you please? He said, well, we have been to war with them. And I think he said 51 times. But at that time, it was the whole of Korea. It wasn't, North and South. And after he explained it, I said, all right, not going to be that easy. I guess you're right. But, you had one Korea, and it was a very big, powerful nation. Now you have 2 big, powerful nations, but you have essentially a wall in between.
Elaborate the comments, the post and comments you made on South Korea early this morning, like raids on churches, going into U.S. military base, purge, revolution. How do you think about it? And 이재명 대통령께도 질문드리겠는데요. 저희가 이제 빛의 혁명이나 이게 내란 사태 극복하는 과정에서 이런 일들이 좀 벌어졌다고 말씀하신 것 같아요.
I heard from Intel that there was a raid on churches. We're going to talk about that later. I haven't spoken about it yet, but when we meet, and that would be too bad if that's the case. But I did hear that from Intel, that there was a raid on churches, closing some churches. So we'll talk about that later. I could ask you now if you want.
Mr. President, what conversation?
Wait a minute, please. If you'd like. Because it didn't sound to me like South Korea.
정말 간단하게 말씀을 드리면 지금 대한민국은 아시는 것처럼 쿠데타로 인한 혼란이 이제 극복된 지 얼마 안 된 상태고 그 내란 상황에 대한 국회가 임명하는 국회가 주도하는 특검에 의해서 사실 조사가 진행 중입니다. 물론 저의 통제하에 있지는 않지만 하여튼 대한민국 검찰이 하는 일은 검사가 하는 일은 팩트 확인, 팩트 체크인데 미군을 직접 수사한 게 아니고 그 부대 안에 있는 한국군의 통제 시스템이 어떻게 작동했나를 확인한 것 같습니다. 나중에 좀 더 자세히 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
So it hasn't been long since Korea has overcame the political turmoil following the self-coup by the former president. Currently, there is a fact-finding investigation by a special prosecutor that was appointed by the National Assembly. And this special prosecutor...
Is his name Deranged Jack Smith, by any chance? They took him from our country. Deranged Jack. He's a deranged, sick individual. But go ahead. Go ahead. I'm only kidding. Maybe I'm not.
And that special prosecutor is not under my control. And so the special prosecutor is conducting a fact-finding investigation. And I would like to explain about what you said about U.S. bases. They did not conduct a search and seizure of American bases, but they looked into the chain of command and the control system of the Korean military.
Right.
And I would be happy to
That's okay.
explain about this more in detail
I'm sure it's,
during our lunch meeting.
I am sure it's a misunderstanding, but you know, there is a rumor going around about churches, raiding churches, so we'll talk. I'm sure that's going to be worked out fine. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, what conversations have you had with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about what is going on in Gaza? There was a UN-backed report that said there was a famine in Gaza. Based on what you know and what you've been briefed on, do you agree with that?
So, I mean, I deal with Bibi Netanyahu quite a bit, and we had great success, obviously, in Iran. We knocked out their nuclear threat. That would have been a horror show having them have a nuclear weapon. They would have used it, too. We did very well there. Right now, they're talking about Gaza City. There's always talking about something. At some point, it's going to get settled. And I'm saying you better get it settled soon. You have to get it settled soon. And that means, you know, nobody can forget October 7th. People forget October 7th. That was one of the most brutal. I've seen some terrible things, some brutal things. That was about as bad as it gets. And nobody can forget that. With that being said, it's got to get over with. It's got to get over with because between the hunger and all of the other problems, worse than hunger, death, pure death, people being killed. And, you know, I'm the one that brought back the hostages, and I did it with that gentleman right there, Steve Witkoff, and with Marco. All of us, the whole team, we worked together. Even the trade people worked on it with us. And we brought back a lot of the hostages. Now we're left with, would you say 20, Steve, or would you say it's less than 20?
I hope it's 20.
He hopes it's 20 because some could be dead. That's what he means, I assume. So we have 20, but there's rumors that some could be dead. It's a terrible situation over there, a terrible, terrible situation. But it's coming to a head, it's coming to an end. We are sending, you know, we sent $60 million of food over there just recently. And I don't even know if people know it. We distributed ourselves. We're giving a lot of food, spending a lot of money on food, getting it over there. We have a lot of food. We have a lot of oil, and we have the greatest farmers in the world. So we have a lot of food, but we're sending a lot of it over to
I'm going to get a carbo and then I'm done.
And we're feeding a lot of people. But with all of that being said, it's a lot of people to feed. And I think that we will have, I think within the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to have pretty good conclusive ending. And it's a hard thing to say because they've been fighting for thousands of years. If you want to know, that's been a hotbed forever. But I think we're doing a very good job. But it does have to end. But people can't forget October 7th either.
Do you plan to attend APEC summit to be held in Korea?
Summit in South Korea?
Yes, South
yeah,
Korea.
I'd love to. Last time I spoke in front of your parliament, and I love doing that. Beautiful respect they had for our country, and a beautiful room. I remember how beautiful it was, and I enjoyed doing it. No, I could see going. I think I'm going for a trade meeting to South Korea pretty soon. You're hosting a trade meeting. So I can sneak away from that trade meeting and we'll go and do something for the president if he'd like me to do that, okay? But so we'll be going there fairly soon.
If you attend, then it's a good chance to meet up Kim Jong-un again or maybe Xi Jinping. Then how do you think of it?
You mean set them up together?
Yes.
That'd be interesting. We'll arrange a meeting between you and Kim Jong-un. Would you like that? That's a very tough question right now. I don't know where that question is leading.
I don't know.
Look, I get along great with Kim Jong-un, and if whatever I can do having to do with South Korea and getting people together, you should get together, right?
You should get together. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm going to be on the lookout for The Wire, but it's time. It's time. It's already, dude, it's almost 10:30. So we got to get the ball going. Get ready for Philo. The market did move down, but like I was saying, that one looked a little crazier. But then when you take a step back, I mean, this is the Mag 7 today. Very different than last week. You know, last 2 weeks was a lot of rotation and earnings. You actually even got a decent amount of earnings this week. But yeah, this is all Mag 7 right now. Unless, like, you could even flush back down to the low of the day or the open, but that would be Mag 7 just going red because, and there's 400 names that are still red right now. So like I'm saying, look at equal weight and all of that. Trump is saying a lot. Again, China. I'd be on the lookout for India. This was the other deal we were looking for, South Korea. He's tying it into peace and all of that, even with like Russia, Ukraine, and then you're hearing about everywhere else, China and North Korea now too. So keep all this in mind. Be on the lookout for India. You still got NVDA earnings. And now, if you want to talk about Jesus, isn't that a wild statement? Isn't it? Imagine going from all of that market stuff to like, do you want to talk about Jesus? So yeah, I know we do things a little different, but you know, it's good. Different is good. Maybe sometimes. I don't know. It depends. Oh, I'm just happy to be here. You know that? I'm just happy to be here. So God bless you. God bless America. And I will see you guys in a little bit. So yeah, there's the link. It should take you there. I think I set it up right. If not, you get to play treasure hunt. So God bless you, America. Thank you to the veterans as well. If I don't see you, have a good day. Don't join if you don't like it, you know, because again, paying attention. You know, don't pay for things you don't want. I know. All right, market's moving a little too. I think I'm going to South Korea for a trade meeting, says Trump. All right, peace.